First call, Class 7, Red Angus females. First call, Class 7, Red Angus females. Results of Class number 2 in your Red Angus female show. In first place, entry number 7, SGCC 354A KC 208K, owned by Smoking Gun Cattle Company of Winchester, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 6, BJF Flow 2157K, owned by Luke Borland of Henning, Minnesota. In third place, entry number 14, Lauren Gecke. In fourth place, entry number 12, Jared Zur. Now exhibiting in the Red Angus female ring is class number 3. Third and final call, Class 6, Red Angus females. Third and final call, Class 6, Red Angus females. Second call, Class 2, Red Angus females. Second call, Class 2, Red Angus females. What class we got in Hereford right now? 2. Second call, Class 5 and 6, Hereford females. Second call, Class 5 and 6, Hereford females.
Well, what an awesome way here to start off our heifer show, and tremendous set of these things, these Mays and Junes, and boy, this will get you excited for the rest of the day because the depth, the quality of this class, it may be hard to do this again. I mean, these things are all very, very good, and you know, at this stage of their life, it's trying to find the happy medium of immature and young, but yet still finding them with some power and shape and look here. And I think the heifer calf we lead off with, for me, does this pretty logically in this particular class. She's the one here at the stand that sure gives you a nice, sleek look from the side. Very, very neat in terms of her top line and out through her hip. Really nice in terms of her forerib, back through her rear rib and flank. You know, I think her neck ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. Really appropriate in terms of her bone work. To me, where she has the advantage over the one in second. She's better up there, up through her shoulder and down through her knee, and the way she uses her front end structure. I think her tail head lays in her body just a little neater. She's not as neat maybe right there in her throat latch as the 1 and 2, but I think there's just enough more of this one as far as genuine width and body shape, yet still gets out of her front end a little neater. Very nice place to start. I like this one in second, and this one can give you a great look here. Really, really neat and attractive about her head and her neck. The shape to the top side of her neck is neat as well. Awesome in terms of her top line. I think her body shape's good for where she's at in stage of her life. Hip and hind legs sure neat. You could level her out of her pins and maybe just push her down in her tail head, but for me, just need to redesign her there in her shoulder and knee as compared to the one that wins, but a very, very high quality heifer here to come in second. 1 and 3's interesting, and boy, if you like them stout and big boned and wide built, you can really tie into this one. This is a neat breeding piece this young lady's got, and extra power you get on top of her. As heavy a bone one for this stage of the game as you might ever see, can give you a great look. Out here in this setting, she's probably a little much for me, maybe a little shorter in terms of her face, a little rounder out of her hip, and I'd just like to relax her when she gets out on the go, let her just ease up there in terms of her top line, just settle her in there, make her a little more feminine throughout, but a very high quality one that I can sure tie into from a breeding piece and a cow standpoint. Nice one coming next, young man's loud marked heifer, one with some rib and volume. If we can change her hip and hind leg ever so slightly, I think that one can slide up in this particular class. And if she'll settle in and become a show cow, I think that young man's got him a very high quality one on down the road. Just need to redesign the way she gets out and goes. Good heifer to close as well. A nice female that's got shape, got dimension to her. In this class, there needs to be more rib and volume. I think just change her in terms of a structural standpoint as well. But congratulations, awesome way to start here in our heifer calf division.
Over on the Red Angus side, a super good class to sort through, folks. And in the top end, we kind of cussed and discussed a little bit. These top two are closer in our opinion than some may think, but they come in little different types and kinds and packages. The longer they're out here, the young man's heifer that we elected to start with, that's one that just reads with a little more true center body width, especially as she transitions behind her shoulder back into her midrib. That's the one that's set wider and square and bolder out of her hooks, the pins, and her pin set down. I like her added base width when we ask her to go. You know, if we're going to alter or modify that one, touch her up just a bit, I know she wants to fight to hold her ever so slightly, and as she goes there, you don't see it so much, but I'd like to change the way that one hooks up from hooks to pins when we set her into motion. But that one's a little deceiving for as much added body and boldness she has. She's still a run that reads just a nickel better down in the base of her chest relative to the heifer that comes in second. The heifer in second, she's a longer sided kind of a female, gives you an ultra good look from the side. Super long down her top line, very agile and very good in her top line. When we ask her to go, I like that heifer's angles, the way she's laid back in her shoulders. She has some set to her hind too. As I just talked about, I like to stouten that one up ever so slightly, right in behind her blade, behind her shoulder there. And that advantage or disadvantage rather, I'd like to, when you get right in behind her, I'd like to see her just a little wider and stouter. But that's a super high quality female for the young lady, and she's doing an outstanding job out here. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. These are good cattle, folks, and you can do some different things here. The heifer that comes next in line, to us, she's the one that most closely resembles the top two from a quality standpoint. I know she fights to hold her just a nickel out here, but when she wants to cooperate and the young lady gets this one set up, she gives you an ultra cool look. That one's really square and bold down her top line. She has that advantage when you get right behind her. At times, I'd like to take her and just extend her and freshen her up ever so slightly up into her front 1/3. And I'm not exactly sure if she's just fighting to hold her, but I'd like to see that one just get out and go with a little more agility, if you would. The big stout stout, performance-oriented heifer obviously comes in fourth, and you have to appreciate that about her. That's a big rib, deep-centered kind of a heifer with a lot of volume and substance to her. Unfortunately, she comes in a little plainer package, a little off-balance package. I like to adjust her just a little bit in terms of her structure. Young man's got a real intriguing heifer that rounds the corner here. Super, super high quality, very nicely presented. That's a heifer that reads really good down her top line. She's built really square and wide out of her hip. Maintains just enough substance and bone when you study her at the ground. Unfortunately, she kind of runs out of gas in this particular class. It'll be fun to watch that one develop as they mature, because I think there's a lot of quality and good in that particular heifer. Young lady that comes around the corner here, there's a flat-shouldered, angular, very attractive kind of a female. We just need to stouten her up from the ground up. And the young lady that rounds off the class has a female that certainly has some femininity, some quality to her. Once again, she becomes an off-balance female that just needs to be stoutened up from front to rear. Congratulations on a great class to those exhibitors.
Third and final call, Class 5 and 6, Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 5 and 6, Hereford females. This is your third and final call, Class 7. Red Angus females. Third and final call, Class 7, Red Angus females. First call, Class 10, Red Angus. First call, Class 10, Red Angus. Results of Class 2 in your Hereford show: in first place, entry number 12, Day Lady Sport Mindy, 53D, owned by Day Ridge Farm of Telford, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 8, Purple HB Flatliner, 108K, owned by Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. In third place, entry number 14, Delaney Trubenbach. In fourth place, entry number 6, Laney and Leighton Hauge. And in fifth place, entry number 4, Harrison Roberts.
First division here on the Red Angus side, and 3 ultra good classes to work through and sort through here as we get started. And real quickly, the young lady that wins this first class, so as we talked about her in that respective class, that one that hits you really hard in terms of just her quality and her presence. And then you want to break that one down and adjust that one just a little bit. I'd like to change her just ever so slightly, the way she lays into her shoulder. That correlates down into her front knee and then down to her front feet. But I'm getting picky on a really nice female that has a tremendous amount of boldness. She's super square, super wide, and built really good out of her hip and hind leg as well. Young lady's heifer that wins the second class, as me and Reed were just talking about, that one's just hard to put a hole in. You want one that's just super solid, ultrasound, still gives you a good enough look. And we talked about her in a respective class. You know, there was a couple of heifers in there that was a little stouter and a little wider. I guess I've got an old school mentality that females are still stout enough when they look like that, in my opinion. I think that one's one that you could certainly project out and look as a big heifer, and what she has to offer and brings to the table is pretty cool. Gentleman that runs this third class, again, that was a really close pair in our opinion. But when she gets back out here, I really appreciate the way this one transitions back in behind her shoulder, that ultra boldness and squareness in her midrib there. She has a nice sweep to her midrib as well. I like the way she's built in terms of just width out of her hooks to pins there, as we talked about. Just a little correlation of fighting to hold her a little bit, and when she gets out and goes, she wants to drop ever so slightly from hooks to pins there. Gets a nickel close when you talk about her going from behind in terms of her hocks in that regard. But that one's with a lot of quality, a lot of stoutness, and a lot of boldness for the gentleman that comes out of that third class. A very, very nice respective set of seconds over here. There's one that suits us. We're going to go select her. We'll analyze them again for reserve. But if you would give these exhibitors a nice round of applause here in your first division of the Red Angus.
Awesome set of these early May Hereford heifer calves over here on this side, and tremendous group of them all the way through. And these top 3 or 4 are very, very interesting to me in this class, because there is some give and take through in the top 3 and 4 here. But I think the one that wins, she kind of hit the gate swinging for me in terms of a structure and a balance standpoint. I think this is the one that ties it all together from a feet and legs and just agility look. A heifer that's really, really neat and attractive in terms of her top line. She has the advantage of the ones right behind her, from hooks to pins, the way her hip sets into her body. A big rib female, I think, sure gives you a nice look. She's not the freakiest up through her front end or the wildest there about her throat latch, but I think everything matches and fits right there on that one. High quality place to start. Boy, this one in second. This one can wind you up at times and really, really just gives you an out there look. This heifer is so neat, the way her neck ties high up out the top side of her shoulder, really sleek there in her chest and her throat latch and all the way up. Big-bodied female. You know, for me, she's just a shot awkward in times with her length of body, maybe just comes unhooked there a little bit behind her shoulder. I think the biggest thing is just want to pick her up in her pins, let her use her hip and hind leg just a little more accurately as compared to our class winner, but a very, very good heifer that I really, really like big parts and pieces about this one. Heifer in third, good female, real basic in terms of her type and kind. Big-bodied, dense heifer. You get on top of that one, there's a lot of mass and power in her. I think from the side, gets a little plainer in terms of her overall look. Maybe not the bone and foot size of the 2 right ahead of her. Could just neaten her up there through her head and her neck as compared to those 2. But a nice female there. It's going to make a really good cow. I really like this dark red heifer. And as far as the top line and hip goes and the way everything hooks up high, that's a very good one. And at the stand, you can really get into that one as well. Long-bodied, big, stout female that does a lot of things well. For me, you need to redesign her, let her get out and go off both ends a little truer and easier. I think with that, we could soften her up through the middle part of her body there. But good heifer there in her own right, gives you a great look, got a lot of power and performance. I think it gets close here between these next couple, and I kind of went back and forth both ways. Good heifer here. I think there's just a little more genuine shape when you get right on top of her compared to the ones up front. Need to soften her up, give her a little more rib and volume. I think loosen her up as well. This one has a little more reach off both ends, and it's a good female there when she'll cooperate and get out and go. I think compared to the one right ahead of her, though, not as much animal, not as much shape and dimension, but a good female. I think's got a lot of longevity about her in terms of her structure and her build. Nice heifer that's going to close this class as well. Young lady's doing a good job with one that's got some rib and some volume. It's a little plainer out here in terms of her look. Needs to be redesigned in terms of her structure. Congratulations. Very, very good class at early Mays.
Your Class 3 Red Angus female results. In first place, entry number 27, TCLA 50K, exhibited by Tucker Bear of Ringgold, Wisconsin. In second place, entry number 20, SGCC Kinsley 201K, exhibited by Ashby Norman of Remier, Alabama. In third place, entry number 32, Coivisto Farms. In fourth place, entry number 31, Delaney Naylor. In fifth place, entry number 24, Luke Borklin. In sixth place, entry number 21, Kelsey Zepp. And in seventh place, entry number 23, Lynch's Red Angus. Your spring calf champion female in your Red Angus show goes to entry number 7, exhibited by Smoking Gun Cattle Company of Winchester, Kentucky, SGCC 354A KC 208K. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 27, TCLE 50K, owned by Tucker Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Second call, Class 10, Red Angus. Second call, Class 10, Red Angus. Hereford entry number 39 to the makeup arena. Hereford female entry number 39 to the makeup arena immediately.
Well, if this is any indication of how the rest of the day is going to go, this is going to be just a blast and a lot of fun out here because these first two classes, these young heifer calves have just been tremendous. And the depth of quality in these classes are probably what I think the most of out here. These class winners and seconds are extremely good, but the depth of those classes were so much fun to get to evaluate to kick off our day. And you know, we start off here with our first class, our youngest heifers up here, and I thought that one kind of just surfaced in that class. So the one that's the most athletic, but yet still had some body and some shape to her. And you get her back out here and still really appreciate her. That's a female with some real rib cage in her and some fore-rib and rear rib and flank, and yet still, I think in that pair, she was the one that could get out and go and use everything appropriately. You know, you compare her maybe to a few out here in this lineup. She's not maybe as neat in her throat latch or maybe just as neat there from hooks to pins, but I think that's a very high quality female that's got volume, got mass and power, yet still gets around off her hip and hind leg, you know, more than acceptably. The two out of the next class, and that was a very, very, very good class as well. And I think the one sorted, and I said that in class, if she kind of hit the gate swinging there from a structure and a balance standpoint, that's the one that gets out and goes and uses both ends of her skeleton extremely well. Love the shape to her hock and how she uses her hind leg there when she gets on the move, but yet still is really stout in terms of her bone and her footwork. I think that one sure gives you a nice look up through her front end as far as the way just everything blends and goes there. Just real smooth and maternal in terms of her kind. You know, out here, maybe her tail head sets up out of her body just a shot, but I think everything hooks in there nice from hooks to pins. Very, very good place there to start. And the second was a very high quality one, that class as well. One with extras, just need to be a little smoother in her look. So that class was super, super competitive to me. Let's put our hands together for the two out of the second class to be champion reserve in this division. Congratulations to those guys.
Hereford entry number 68 to the makeup arena immediately. Hereford entry number 68 to the makeup arena immediately. This is your first call, Class 7, Hereford females. First call, Class 7, Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 10, Red Angus. Third and final call, Class 10, Red Angus. This is first call, Class 11, 15, and 18 Red Angus females. First call, Class 11, 15, and 18 Red Angus females to the makeup arena.
Well, another super good class of Red Angus heifer calves to work through and sort through here. In the top three or so, once again, there's some give and take, and they come to you in a little different type and kind, but the quality's there, folks. I mean, these are good cattle, and the young man that we lead off with, that one hit us both really hard initially when she come into the ring in terms of just her look and pattern and presence, but more importantly, that's the one that suits us the best from the ground up in terms of her angles, the way she gets out and covers her track. She's set good in her shoulders. She's good there from her hip down into her hock and off that rear pastern. And I'll be the first to admit and tell you, I'd like to take that one, just stouten her up ever so slightly, but that one's so smooth and ultra good looking and really, really sound. A nice solid place to start with. The heifer that comes in second here, I think more closely resembles the heifer, particularly the way she's constructed up and through her front end. She maintains that extra advantage out of her hip and down into her hock. Our problems lie with her when she really gets out and going. She wants to get up just a nickel on those rear two pasterns there. If we could set her down just a little softer and easier, I think that one has a lot of good to her, because that one's opened up just a bit more, set just a nickel wider when you get right in behind her relative to that heifer that leads off. But as I just talked about, I'd like to change her just off those rear two as she goes. Standing still, the gentleman's heifer that comes in third, that's the super high quality one that's ultra attractive. You want one that's square and bold and just really, really neat to look at. There she does it right there, as you can see. We set her into motion. That's where our problems lie. I just like to loosen her up off both ends of her skeleton in order to move her up a notch or two, but that's a super high quality female that's presented to a T. We come into 4 and 5 here. These are big, stout, performance-oriented kind of heifers, and you have to appreciate that about them. But unfortunately, they come to us in just a nickel planer package. The heifer that goes out in fourth, I'd like to take her up just a bit in terms of her chest floor, see her coordinate just a little better off those rear two as well. Big long-sided, big stout heifer that comes in fifth. Once again, she wants to get up a little bit in her tail head, open up just a nickel right in behind of her shoulder. She becomes a little frailer heifer in relation to that extra body and mass that she has when you study her in terms of her bone working down at the ground. Young man that rounds off the class has got an ultra smooth made kind of a heifer, super attractive when you study that one or look at her from the side. Unfortunately, she kind of runs out of gas, for lack of a better term. We got right in on that one and behind her, but that was a really neat class and a good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your Class 6 Red Angus Female Show results in first place entry number 36, HHLCC Drama Queen 2305, owned by Leon Cattle Company of St. Clairsville, Ohio, and Harmony Hill of Bozeman, Montana. In second place entry number 37, Country Acres Mimi 651, owned by Kelsey Zepp of New Windsor, Maryland. In third place entry number 45, Ty Scott and Callie Bear of Ringgold, Wisconsin. In fourth place, entry number 39, Mackenzie Mawson. In fifth place, entry number 40, Brooke Rickey. And in sixth place, entry number 38, Max Richardson. This is your second call, Class 11, 15 and 18 Red Angus females. Second call, Class 11, 15 and 18 Red Angus females.
As we get over here on the Red Angus side, I guess Cody's had enough and it's my turn to talk. The young man that starts out the class, I think just the most elegant in the way she stands there on the profile, the way she ties her neck, high on the top side of her skeleton. She's bold through her center body and really square out through her hip. And of her contemporaries, she's the soundest, most flexible off both ends of her skeleton. That's a nice place to start. Very high-performing, bold-middled kind of a female that comes in second. One that we really like, the length of body and the extension. She just needs to be more comfortable in the way she hinges out of her hip and her hind leg, be more youthful and attractive up through her front end. But it's still her extra body and mass and balance that get her over the heifer in third. The heifer in third, we like the extra substance and power when you step in behind her. She just falls out of balance and needs to be more attractive up through her front end and softened through her center body. Thank you.
What an incredibly good class of these April females over here on the Hereford side, and just a really nice place to start, and one I think that is gravitating when you look at her here from the side as far as just her presentation and silhouette, a female that's so neat and attractive in her top line and out through her hip, really, really nice and fresh, but still big in terms of her body shape. A heifer that's heavy-boned and big-footed, and I think in this particular class is the one that's the neatest in terms of her structure as well. Great look from the side, extra shape, extra power, high-quality place to start. Here's where it gets interesting for me in this particular class, because I really like this one in second. No question in this one she's given up quite a few pounds in just performance, but I think when you break them down and study this one's got big days ahead of her. This is a high-quality one here that is so neat and attractive and fresh up through her front end. A heifer, I think, balances up extremely well here from this side. Still real nice in terms of her structure. Now, compared to our class winner, obviously there's not as much of her, but for me, I'd like to set her tail head down in her body, lengthen her and level her out of her hip ever so slightly, but that's a good one. That one's going to get very, very fun on down the road, I think, with some maturity, some time, and just allow her to catch up a shot. Very high quality one here that I think falls in second for me very nicely in this class. Good heifer in third. I like the stoutness and power this one's got when you get right on top of her. Extra shape up high, extra dimension and rib cage in this one. Gets a little U-necked and a little plainer there in her throat latches compared to them two right ahead. I think the biggest thing for me is need to redesign her in terms of her hind leg, just square up and let her use her ankle a little bit truer, but a good heifer there in her own right I think's got extra mass and extra power. Real basic one here coming next, and I mean that in a good way. A female that's extremely functional in her kind. Big-bodied, nice in terms of her structure off her hip and hind leg. Really like the way her tail head sits in her body as well. It's a little stilty and a little turned out up front. We could change her there in terms of her knee or her shoulder. All that design there, a little plainer up about her head and neck, but good female. Lots of body shape, lots of mass and dimension about her. Uses her hip and hind leg extremely well. I think she has the advantage over the one right behind her and just being a little truer the way she uses her hind leg structure. This is a nice heifer, though. Again, big-bodied, really good in terms of her rear rib and flank setting. A little plainer here from the side. Need to change her in terms of her structure and her build. Nice heifer here coming as well. Strong top, level hip female. I think that is really nice up high. Needs more rib, needs more volume in this particular class. Could stouten her up in terms of her structure. She's got the advantage of just being a little more to hers compared to the one coming next. I like this heifer, though. I think she's got some nice structure in terms of her length of stride here. A female that's really green and juvenile in terms of her look, but I think that one on down the road will become extremely high quality, needs to be more of her. And the one that's going to close, a nice female, needs to be redesigned in terms of her structure, just level her out of her hip and make her a shot more attractive from the side.
First and second call, Class 7, Hereford females. First and second call, Class 7, Hereford females. Your Class 7 Red Angus female results: in first place, entry number 51, TCLE 07K, owned by Tucker Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. In second place, entry number 56, Wood Miss Priss 1041K, owned by Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. In third place, entry number 52, TG Southern Queen 2221, owned by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Now exhibiting in the Red Angus ring is a selection of your champion junior heifer calf.
second division here on the Red Angus side, and two class winners, obviously, and two really good respective seconds that we have out here. And not to take anything away from those seconds, those are two super high quality kind of females. But as Reed and I are talking out here, these two heifers that win these first two classes, or our class winners rather, these are two really, really good kind of females. And they come in a little different kind and type. And just to talk real simply or quickly, the heifer that wins that first class, that's the one that probably suits us. And there's no probably to it. She does suit us just a nickel better in terms of her structure. And with that, you ask yourself, is there enough there? Is that why she's just a little looser and gets out and a little more fluid? And that becomes the question mark, because that one is super attractive, so long and good down her top line, presented to a tee. And I just talked about, we ask her to go, and that one's angles, and the way she gets out and fills her track, we love that one in that regard. Just like to stouten her up ever so slightly when you get right in on that one, especially from her pins down. And that's where it comes difficult, because the heifer in second is built just a nickel wider out of her hip there, and when you get right in behind her, and that one's just probably a little bolder right in the central part of her skeleton. But on the same token, we'd like to free her up ever so slightly when we ask her to go. But there's some give and take. We're going to discuss one more time here, but I think those two are really, really good. They just unfortunately come in a little different package and where you want to lay your priorities. But I think these exhibitors need a nice round of applause here in the second division on a super good division here on the Red Angus show.
And your junior heifer calf Hereford champion goes to your junior heifer calf Red Angus champion goes to entry number 36. HHLCC Drama Queen 2305, owned by Leon Cattle Company of St. Clairsville, Ohio, and Harmony Hill of Bozeman, Montana. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 51, TCLE 07K, owned by Tucker Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. This is your third and final call, Class 11, 15 and 18 Red Angus female. Third and final call, Class 11, 15 and 18 Red Angus females. Second call, Class 7, Hereford females. Second call, Class 7, Hereford females.
Good class of these early April Hereford females here, and a nice place to start. A good heifer here, I think's extra feminine in terms of her type and kind, and really gives you a great look up there about her head and her neck. Really neat in the way her chest lays into her body and blends into her shoulder all the way up front. I think from there back, certainly a female that balances extremely well in terms of her rib cage, gets out in this class, and I think handles her structure and extremely well as compared to the rest of them here. Very, very high quality one here to win this class. A good female there on top. I like this one in second well. This is a stout-made female that you get on top of her. Lots of body shape, lots of dimension. Probably as heavy a boned and nice in terms of her rear ankle as we've seen here. A good female there that balances up on her hind leg. You know, out here, she's one to fight it a little bit and could get out of her front end just a little easier there. Wants to rock forward there in her knee, get just a little short stepping up front. But I think from just a density standpoint, a body standpoint, hip and hind leg standpoint, a female that falls into second in this particular class. I like the heifer in third, and she's real feminine and real attractive here at the stand. You know, for me, there needs to be more of her out here just from a pin width standpoint and a benching standpoint. I think with that, we could probably collect her on her hind leg just a little nicer too, let her use that just a little more accurately, but a good female there. This was the problem heifer for me here in the class, and I know the young ladies probably feeling it out here as well too, the way this one's fought her around the ring all day, but a good heifer, and this one's big and stout, and sure gives you a nice look when she gets her at the stand. Hard to read her structure out here, but I do think she's a little rigid out of her shoulder and her knee. Like to just change her and square her up off her hind leg as well, but big stout power cow there that does some things well. Good female here, a little more conventional in terms of her size and her length. A heifer, I think we could just relax in her top line and level her out of her hip, but still one with some body shape and some dimension to her. Nice heifer there. Good heifers coming out next, one that just need to be redesigned in terms of their balance and their look from the side, but they're ones with some shape and some power to them, going to make nice cows for those individuals on down the road.
Third and final call, Class 7, Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 7, Hereford females to the makeup arena immediately.
We get back over here on the Red Angus side. I think the young man's heifer wins this class for us pretty logically. From her shoulders back, she's so good down her spine and out through her hip. And the way she uses her hip and her hind leg, she's ultra attractive up through her front end and really, really fresh in her condition at this stage of the game. The young man's heifer in second, Cody and I agree, this one's huge-footed. Has a lot of bone and substance underneath of her. She's really stout when you step in behind her. Compared to the class winner, she gets a little lower in her loin and higher in her tailhead. And I just like to freshen this one up. She gets a little rounder and coarser at the point of her shoulder and smoothing her up there out through her hip. Taking nothing away from the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class. This one's so bold and smooth through her center body. Has a lot of spread and dimension up high. It's just her structure that gets her where she's at. She's a little frailer and more refined underneath and gets more restricted off both ends of her skeleton. Thank you.
First call in Class 8, Hereford females. First call in Class 8, Hereford females. Results of Class 10 in your Red Angus show. In first place, entry number 57, Wood Shannon's Beauty, 1047, owned by Chase Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 58, KJHT Roxy, 1202, owned by Colin Zuckerschwerd of Bloomfield, Illinois. In third place, entry number 60, Brooke Rickey of Whiteford, Maryland. Results of Class 5 of your Hereford show. In first place, entry number 39, Purple HB Myrtle 69K, owned by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Talon, Illinois. In second place, entry number 44, CME 33D Scarlet 2051, owned by Courtney M. Udy of Harrisburg, North Carolina. In third place, entry number 51, Ramsey's Herefords. In fourth place, entry number 45, Adam Taylor. In fifth place, entry number 43, Copeland & Sons, LLC. In sixth place, entry number 42, Charles Miller. In seventh place, entry number 38, Sedona Sifford. This is your second call, Class 8 Hereford females. Second call, Class 8 Hereford females. Hereford entry number 84 to the makeup arena. Hereford entry number 84 to the makeup arena immediately. First call, Class 19 Red Angus females. First call, Class 19 Red Angus females.
Super good class of fall heifers to work through here on the Red Angus side. And once again, not to sound like a repetitive button, but 1 and 2 are super good females, and they come to us a little different in terms of their type and kind, and kind of what we've done so far here today. The young man's heifer that leads off here, that's the one that suits us just a bit better, especially in terms of her condition at this stage of the game. We study that one up in through the base of her chest and then back at her pones or back in her tail head there. That's a super long-sided heifer that's ultra attractive, really good in her angles, and gets out and goes. Once again, you know, if we're going to change or modify that one, put a little of that power and punch that the heifer that has in second into that one, and we could be real confident or comfortable there. But those are two really good heifers right there, and as I just talked about, we prefer her freshness, her kind, and her flexibility over the heifer that comes in second. As I just talked about, this heifer in second, you know, right there, that one's just, you can't just help but gravitate towards that one. The way she opens up right in, especially behind her shoulder, that is one big rib, bold rib kind of a female that's set ultra wide at her pins. She has some base width. At times you catch her maybe just being a nickel outside of herself in terms of base width off of both ends, but that's getting picky on a good heifer. We'd like to tone down and freshen up just a little bit in terms of her condition. We come into 3 and 4, and these are two really good heifers too, folks, and there's some give and take. With a heifer that comes in third, she's got a little more strength and a little more length, especially down her top line, the way her neck ties in the top side of her shoulder as well. You know, if we didn't have 1 and 2 out here, we'd gravitate and go right towards that one, because that's a super high quality kind of a female. It's got two really good heifers ahead of her. The young man's heifer that comes fourth in line, standing still, you really have to appreciate this one, because she is so square and bold down that top line, the way she's made and set in her pin placement there. She's wide and square off of both ends. Unfortunately, she comes in the shorter coupled package. We'd like to take her and just stretch her out, smoothen her up ever so slightly, but a nice female for the young man. Then a gentleman that rounds off the class here has got a super long-sided kind of a heifer. She stays strong and long down that top line. Unfortunately, she comes in the frailer package, little off-balance kind of package, in a very competitive class, but a nice female for a young man. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 11 in your Red Angus female show. In first place, entry number 68, 5 Oak Tutu 1002, exhibited by Grady Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 69, Fancy's Pride 1565, exhibited by Luke Powelson of Harpers Ferry, Iowa. In third place, entry number 70, Marcy Harward. In fourth place, entry number 71, Gavin Giffey. And in fifth place, entry number 67, Van Richardson. Now exhibiting in the Red Angus show is the selection of your champion fall heifer calf. Second call, Class 19 Red Angus females. Second call, Class 19 Red Angus females.
Very, very, very strong, deep class of these heifer calves, and with some challenge up here on the top end for me, and not necessarily with lots of things wrong with them, with just how high quality they are and the way they come in different shapes and sizes and kinds, and definitely a maturity standpoint for especially these top three heifers. But wanted to bring all three of them out here because they all three bring a lot of merit to the table. And you know, the longer they kept going in this class, I think the one that wins is the most complete for me. She's the one that's high tying up front and gives you a great look up there about her head and neck. She's the one with body shape still. She's still got some shape and power when you get on top of her. She's not as big ribbed as the one that's in second, but I think there's enough there in terms of just her center, the way everything hooks up from her forerib back to her rear rib and flank. I think this one, in terms of a structure standpoint, is sure nice and attractive there as you get her out on the go. Probably a little neater at the base of her shoulder. The one is in second, probably just a little longer bodied and a little longer geared out here. You know, and I guess when the biggest thing is you read them on paper, she's sure got a nice set of numbers, a female there that I think just goes ahead and wins the class. The challenge for me here is the one in second. You know, blank on paper, and I know that's just probably turning some data in, but a good female, though, and definitely one that needs recognized. And she hit me hard right out the gate for that much rib and volume and mass and power to her. A big, heavy bone female that you certainly got to appreciate the way she uses her hip and hind leg. At times, she becomes a little awkward out here in terms of her shoulder placement and the base of her chest, the way everything hooks in. I like to just pick her up a little bit there up front and make her just a little more attractive the way her head and neck is designed. But that's a big body, dense female that's heavy boned and big footed and sure gets out and goes really, really well. I like to obviously change her on paper in this particular class as well, but a good female there in her own right. This one in third is neat, and I mean at the stand can give you just a crazy good look here from the side. Awesome headed and neck, and real feminine and maternal up about her head and her neck. A female is compared to them two right ahead of her. There's not as much rib, there's not as much volume, and I think that one on down the road, if we can continue to get her to come in terms of her center, and I think width all through, that's a good female, though, that sure gives you a great look. Probably could tweak her on her hind leg and flex her there at the ground just a little easier, but very, very high quality one. A little more basic kind of a female here coming next, but I like this one in terms of a mass, a power, a bone standpoint. Female, it's very good in terms of her underline from her forerib back through her rear rib and flank. I think she's neat and attractive there out of her hip. A little plainer in her chest, up through her head and neck is the ones ahead of her, and we could change that about her, probably lengthen her a little bit as far as just her overall look from the side, but a nice female there. Kind of the outlier here in this particular class, and one that maybe scares me a shot just from overall frame size and weight out here today. That's a big animal, but I think with that, there's still a lot of quality with that one. Good heifer here that's got a nice look here from the side, handles her feet and legs more than good out here. A good female there. Tone her down, make her a little more moderate in terms of her kind, but a nice heifer there in her own right. Good heifer coming next. Extra punch, extra power in terms of her shape and her kind. A lot of bone and foot size underneath this one. It's a little rawer there in terms of her shoulder, a little plainer about her head. Could just level her out of her hip and let her use her hind leg a little looser, but good heifer there in her own right. I like this one at the stand as well, and gives you a great look down her top. Really fresh and youthful up through her front end, and neat in terms of her attractiveness out of her hip. Needs to be more rib and volume, but I think the biggest thing with this one is just loosen her up there off her hind leg. Let her get out and go with a little more authority, but a good heifer there that gives you a great look. Got a really nice set of them coming here. Cattle that are extremely good in terms of their length of body. They got some look to them and some internal characteristics. Need to be a little nicer balanced, a little more body volume, but very, very good females. Extremely good class, challenging top three up there on the top end. Congratulations.
Fall division over here on the Red Angus side, and a couple class winners and respective seconds. And once again, the quality stayed true as we get these class winners and seconds back out here. Cattle that have some form, some function to them, and obviously we get them down here on these green chips or in the show ring. We want some attractiveness and some quality, and these cattle certainly fit the bill there. There's a little give and take here in this particular division. There's a couple that suit us, and I'll be the first to admit they're not identical in terms of their type and kind, but for us, they're the two that bring the most positives to the table. But these fall division exhibitors deserve a nice round of applause. We'll get the two that we like.
Third and final call in Class 19, Red Angus females. Third and final call, Class 19, Red Angus females. And your Red Angus Fall Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 68, 5 Oak 22 1002, exhibited by Grady Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. Your Red Angus Reserve Fall Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 69, Fancy's Pride 1565, exhibited by Luke Palsden of Harpers Ferry, Iowa. Third and final call, Class 8 Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 8 Hereford females. First call, Class 9 Herefords. First call, Class 9 Hereford females. First call, Class 22 Red Angus. First call, Class 22 Red Angus females.
Just a single entry out here in the maze. The young lady brings us one who's really extended and attractive up through her front end. She's long and level down her spine, has some balance from the profile. A really, really nice one in this class. Maybe if we were to get picky, just soften her up just a little bit in her center body and stouten her up at the ground, but that's still an attractive, square-built female who's really bold and powerful when you step in behind her. Congratulations.
Results in your Red Angus show your Class 15 and also your champion intermediate heifer goes to entry number 75, LCC Gothic Beauty 14, exhibited by Kyra Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky. 23, owned by Caitlin and Courtney Hockemeyer of Columbiana City, Indiana. In second place, entry number 62, WSCC VH Breathless 13K, owned by Whitney Walker of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. In third place, entry number 59, owned by Mary Krypton Lofton of Wesson, Mississippi. In fourth place, entry number 68, Purple Rain Cattle Company. Fifth place, entry number 69, Lane and Logan Cady of New Windsor, Maryland. In sixth place, entry number 79, Sophia Taylor. Seventh place, entry number 55, Mason Love. Eighth place, entry number 80, Delaney Chester. Ninth place, entry number 74, Alexis Udy. In 10th place, entry number 57, Alexis Udy. In 11th place, entry number 64, Leanna May. Second call, Class 22, Red Angus females. Second call, Class 22, Red Angus females.
Very good, big, strong class here, these early marches, and really neat trio up here on top of very high quality females. I think the one that wins, she does so for me pretty logically out here in this class. This is the one with extras. When you study her here from the side, able to pick her head and neck up extremely high out of the top of her shoulder. She's a big barreled female here that's still got plenty of look here from the side. And I think what sorts her in this particular class is the one that can just get out and go and glide and use everything here from the side. Good heifer here to go ahead and win the class. I like this one in second. When you talk about a stoutness standpoint, you get right on top of this one. A three-dimensional shape she has down her top and out of her hip. You know, she's not as big and sweeping rib cage as the one that's right ahead of her, but this one's got some outer turn to her body cavity, and really have to appreciate that. She's not as neat up to her front end, can't pick her head up quite as high, and maybe could just redesign her there in terms of her shoulder and her front end structure as compared to the one that wins the class. That's a stout one there that still gives you a nice look from her shoulder back. Good female there in second. She has the advantage over the one in third in terms of power. You know, I like this heifer here from a silhouette standpoint, a head and neck standpoint. You get right on top of them, though. She gets plenty flat in terms of her build. Like to just stouten her and square her up out of her hip and just give her a little more internal dimension. It's a nice female, though, with big, soft legs. She can really get out and move and cover some ground. Good heifer, just need to open her up, pull her apart, and give her some more stoutness. Good heifer here. Kind of go to the other end of the spectrum here. This is a heifer that you really have to appreciate for just her performance, her power, her rib cage, her volume. There's times she can give you a great look, and there's times she gets a little awkward there in terms of her shoulder and behind her shoulder. I think we could just redesign her and give her a little more look and balance there from the side. Loosen her up in terms of her structure ever so slightly as compared to the ones ahead of her, but a nice female there in her own right. Good heifer here coming next. A little plainer maybe in terms of her look up front, but I think from there back, that's a big rib female that's really soft in terms of her flank, got a nice set and shape to her hind leg. A little more conventional there in terms of her length of body and maybe out of her hip. We could lengthen her and level her there, just stretch her out ever so slightly, but a nice female there that's really got a lot of cow power written all over her. Good one coming next. Extra stout, extra pulled apart, lots of shape and dimension to her and heavy bone. Female that gets a little coarser there in her shoulder and up through her front end, could redesign her in terms of her look and balance from the side. Young man's done a good job here with this female that's extra green in terms of her condition, and that's okay. He's got a good heifer with a nice set of feet and legs underneath her, gives you a nice look in terms of her top line and out of her hip. We could just soften her up and just open her up in terms of her natural dimension, but I think on down the road, that one's going to be very high quality for him. Good heifers here to round out this class, ones I think that, have got some longevity about them and some structural correctness, just need more balance, need a little more time, and just some more mass and power when you get right on top of them.
Hereford entry number 101 to the makeup arena immediately. Hereford entry number 101 to the makeup arena immediately. Attention in the barns, belted Galloways. Your show is slated to begin at 11:30. Once again, belted Galloway show to begin at 11:30. Second call, Class 9 Hereford females. Second call, Class 9 Hereford females. First call, Class 10 Herefords. First call, Class 10 Herefords.
Not that hasn't been awesome quality starting and going through these calf divisions in the Red Angus show, but obviously we stepped up just a bit when we come into this class, folks. I mean, this is super good. This is why you take the chance and the opportunity to come down here on the green chips and have the opportunity to evaluate cattle, no matter the color, breed, whatever. And these Red Angus cattle are simply flat good. And these top three, folks, I mean, you can do a lot of different things here. And I'll be quite honest or frank with you. The heifer that ends up third is the one we gravitated towards initially, and that one's super attractive. Then you combine the stoutness and power of the heifer in second, that's where we land with the heifer that wins. She has the least faults for us. Would we like to stouten her up, give her just a little more hair coat and just jazz, so to speak? Yeah, I'd sure like to do that. But fundamentally, you get past that one's hard to pick a hole in. I mean, just good looking. She transitions so good behind her shoulder into that full rib. Love her top line, the way she comes out of that hip. She's certainly good enough in terms of her feet and legs when we ask her to go. And like me and Reed talked, if we're going to go take one and just try to build something with and the most fault-free, we just kept going back to that one. 2 and 3, I mean, these are like donor type of females. I mean, they're that elite. They have those pieces, that quality. The heifer in second, standing still. I said to Reed 2 or 3 times, I said, if that heifer just got out and got a little better off those rear two, I said, she wins this deal. I mean, that one is, you want one that is presented to a T, one that is super, super stout and awesome out of her hip, and then from her pins down. That young lady does a fantastic job getting that heifer stuck. Unfortunately for us, just like to loosen her up, particularly off those rear twos when we watch her go. But that's a super high quality female that no doubt is going to produce some really, really cool cattle. And as I talked about the heifer that comes in third here, standing there, I mean, how can't you gravitate towards that one? You want just extreme quality and just presence, lack of a better term. You know, those cattle that you just go back to. She has that. She has that for sure. The longer you analyze that one, particularly right in behind her shoulder, she wants to get pinched in that full rib and heart, becomes just a nickel peaked at the top side of her skeleton down that top line. But that one's a super flexible, super good looking, just like to open her up and stouten her up just ever so slightly. But those 3 females on the top end, folks, are super, super good. And not to take anything away from the heifers as we go down the line. I think 4 and 5 are a lot alike. The differences lie in the fact that the young lady's heifer that comes in 4, she's just a little rocked back, has a little more angle to that shoulder. She gets out and fills her track just a nickel better. She comes in a more moderate package, and I certainly don't mind that. I just like to take her and stretch her out a little bit, bring that chest floor up in her just a nickel. Gentleman's heifer that rounds the corners I just talked about, made a lot like the heifer right in front of her. Her problems lie when we ask her to go. She gets a little more upright or stilty in terms of both ends of her skeleton, like to loosen her up and flex her up. In that regard, the young lady that comes next in line, there's a flat-shouldered, angular kind of a female, ultra smooth in her kind. Just need to power her up and give her just a shot more substance. The young lady that comes next in line is a lot like the heifer in front of her. There's one that you can kind of go to in terms of just her basic build and her kind. Unfortunately, the longer you analyze that one relative to the good heifers ahead of her, there's just not as much to that female, just not as much quality and presence from end to end. The young lady that rounds off the class has got a female that certainly has some quality to her as well. Unfortunately, here again, she wants to get up just a little bit in terms of that top line. I'd like to alter or modify her just a little bit in her structure as we ask her to go. But an ultra competitive class. Congratulations to those breeders and exhibitors on an outstanding set of females.
Well, this is the division here, and this is really, really, really good. And you know, I'm not sure what color you make these cattle. It doesn't matter because they're all really, really, really high quality. And breed for breed, you could go any of these in this particular setting, and you're probably not going to find 4, even 8 out here as high a quality heifer calves that there are in this drive. So it's very humbling to get out here to stand and sort these things. Now, I'll be the first one to tell you they're not all exactly alike, and that's okay because, you know, they all come in different shapes and sizes and kinds, but they are extremely, extremely good. And there's some give and take out here from me, and it's kind of just weighing the positives and negatives. But the youngest one up here that wins the first class, that's a high-quality one. And, man, if you study that one just from a sheer balance standpoint, that female is extremely impressive. Her top line and her hip and her way her tail head lays in her body is as good as any out here. That's a female that's very, very impressive in just how square she is from hooks to pins, how true she is in terms of her dimension there as well, and yet goes to the ground as big a boned and big a footed as one that's in this drive. She's awesome bodied in terms of her forerib, back to her rear rib and flank. Very, very good heifer. Now, is she as long and extended and maybe as high-necked as a few of them we've got? Probably not, but I think everything sure hooks up and is very attractive there. Where her chest is at, where her head and neck placement's at, still neat in terms of her throat latch. Very, very high quality one there that wins that class. Second heifer here that wins the next class. And that class, she was the one that was athletic and functional, and yet you still get on top of that one. There's plenty of animal there as far as just the shape and dimension. Really powerful down her top and the shape to her upper rib cage. That's impressive in terms of that aspect in this particular drive. Awesome in terms of her rib cage from forerib to rear rib and flank. I like the set and shape to her hind leg. Is she as big a bone maybe as a few of them out here, or stout in terms of her ankle? Maybe not, but for me, I like to just set her tail head down in her body ever so slightly and pick her up in her pins as compared to the one right ahead of her, but I do think that one's maybe a pinch stouter. So there's the give and take between them two. The oddball out here for me is the one that wins the third class. Now, that's not taking anything away from her quality because that's still a high-end female, one that's very high-necked and very attractive up front, plenty of shape and dimension out here. As compared to the cattle on either side of her, is she just as maternal in terms of her look? Is she as big in terms of her rib cage? Probably not, but that's still a nice female there. Sure gives you a great look, really nice shape to her hind leg. Probably could tweak her a little bit the way she gets out and uses that as compared to the ones on either side of her, but a very, very good heifer in her own right. So then we get down here to the final heifer in this division, and one I think that it has to command your attention out here just from a presence and a look standpoint. The way this one can pick her head up high out of the top of her shoulder, yet still very maternal in terms of her look and the shape to her head and how everything just kind of hooks up. One that's kind of deceivingly stout. You get right on top of her, there's plenty of shape to that one and plenty of dimension. I think she balances up extremely well here, in terms of just her chest to her underline, back to her rear rib and flank. As compared to maybe the first heifer that wins the first class, is she just as true and square right there in her pin bones and how everything hooks up there? I don't know, but I think everything lays in her good. I think it reads long term. That's a very, very high-end one. So there's some decisions to make out here, and depending on where you put your priorities, I can definitely understand going several different ways. I think there's one that's maybe just a shot edgier for me and just gives you that long-term wild look. Let's congratulate the young lady here out of the last class with your champion.
Third and final call, Class 9, Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 9, Hereford females. Second call, Class 10, Herefords. Second call, Class 10, Herefords. Your Red Angus female Class 18 results: in first place, entry number 86, TC Primrose 62J, owned by Tucker Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. In second place, entry number 81, HEH Avery 15J, owned by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. In third place, entry number 80, Cabri Tinnen. In fourth place, entry number 83, Olivia Naylor. In fifth place, entry number 77, Amelia Beatty. In sixth place, entry number 85, Madison Fisher. In seventh place, entry number 87, Gage Kildow. And in eighth place, entry number 82, Hannah Georges.
Back on the Red Angus side, once again, we get into these yearling females and another really stout competitive class as we work through and sort through these. And the heifer that we elected to lead off with, once again, that's the one that you just kind of gravitate or go back towards in terms of just quality. A very nicely presented heifer, but more importantly, that one is so super bold and wide in the middle third of her skeleton. She maintains that advantage when you get right in on her and from behind as well. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to tone her down ever so slightly in terms of just condition and just smooth her up a little bit. That's getting picky on a very, very good kind of a heifer. A nice place to start. 2, 3, and 4 are good cattle here. And once again, you know, you put the hair code, especially on the heifer that leads off on this heifer in second, I'd venture to guess that this top pair would get really, really close because this one here is kind of what you see is what you get. It's hard to put a big, big hole in that one. She doesn't have that presence and that wow factor. Like to stouten her up just ever so slightly at the ground. In terms of that footwork and that bone work, lay that chest back in her just ever so slightly as well. But the young girl does a nice job getting that one stuck and presented. That's a super fault-free, good kind of a heifer that goes in second. Young man that rounds the corner here, standing still, she resembles that heifer in second a great deal in terms of her body type and her kind and her build. And we need to alter that one, the way she's hinged or the way she's built out of that hip or from hooks to pins, and that correlates down at the ground. We talk about her hock and rear pasturing, and to see her go just a bit more comfortably, if you will, when we ask her to get on the lead. The heifer that comes in fourth, that's the one when you just step back and analyze them, one that is super attractive. The way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, she's super good in terms of that jaw line and maintains that down into her chest and brisket. Ultra good and long down that top line. That's one, the longer you read her, she wants to get a little pinched right in behind her shoulder in terms of that heart and forerib. We can take her and just kind of blow her apart, expand her, particularly in that middle third of her skeleton. When you get in from behind her, she becomes more competitive. Young man that rounds the corner right now, we come down just a bit in terms of frame, and once again, I don't mind that because she has some moderation combined with some body type and some kind. Unfortunately, she becomes a plainer package kind of a heifer out here. Runs downhill just a nickel. She's got more chest and brisket up in her. Nickel frailer at the ground as well. The advantages lie in the heifer that rounds the corner now in terms of that bone work and substance. That's a bigger footed, stouter bone kind of a heifer that's set wider there when you get right behind her as well. Here again, she wants to get up in that top line. She's a little coarser about her joints as well. But once again, congratulations, those exhibitors. Super good class to sort through again.
First call, Class 11 Herefords. First call, Class 11 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 22, Red Angus. Third and final call, Class 22, Red Angus. This is your first call, Class 23, 27, and 30. Once again, first call, Class 23, 27, and 30, Red Angus females. Results of Class 19 in your Red Angus show. In first place, entry number 95, L83 Jetta 121J, owned by Delana Green of LaGrange, Indiana. In second place, entry number 123, TC Lola 28J, owned by Charlie Joe Kleeman of Bramer, Missouri. In third place, entry number 94, Colin Zuckerschwert. In fourth place, entry number 88, Wallace Kipp and Lauren Gecky. In fifth place, entry number 93, Parker Chestnut. And in sixth place, entry number 96, Hannah Taylor.
Really good class here in our second half of February's good pair of them here up on top. And I think within the pair, there's enough more extras here. This one's that wins a good heifer calf that really picks her head up high out of the top side of her shoulder. I think from there back has the advantage of being a little stronger and square right there in terms of her forerib. A long-bodied female that still has, still has rib and volume. Really a nice set to her back leg and gets out and goes and takes a long, comfortable stride. Very nice place to start. I like the rib cage in this one in second. She's deep. She's bold in terms of her underline. A good female there that's heavy boned and big footed. You know, for me, maybe gets a little U-neck. I like to just pick that up and balance her up there up front a little bit. I think the biggest thing, too, is a square up there in terms of her pin setting as compared to our class winner, but a good functional female that's big-bodied and dense, and I think's got a lot of good about her. Good heifer here. I switched this pair here a second ago, and I'll be the first to tell you they both could be redesigned in terms of their structure, but I think there's just more of this one here that's in third as far as a bone and substance standpoint, one that's got more genuine body to her. Need to loosen her up off both ends and let her get out and go and take a longer, more comfortable stride. That's a nice female there with a lot of performance and power and bone and substance. Young man's got a really highly presented, nice shown female here that gives you a striking look at the stand. Certainly appreciate her top line and out of her hip. A female that's fresh in terms of her condition. Need to redesign her in terms of her structure as well, but I think the biggest thing, give her more of her in terms of rib and volume and performance, but a nice female there. I like this heifer a bunch. Tons of shape, tons of power right here, the one coming. A lot of female here when you study her in terms of just a muscle standpoint. Got to change her in terms of her hip and hind leg movement, soften her up in her body, and lengthen her out of her front end. Good heifer here coming next, one with a little extra white on her. Good heifer with just lots of rib and volume to her. So a little plainer in terms of her look. Could redesign her in a few areas in terms of her structure. And the one that's going to close, a nice female as well with some length and extension. Needs to be more of her out here in this particular drive.
Back on the Red Angus side here, another super competitive division, folks, and our two class winners and obviously our respective seconds out here, and we get back out here, and real quickly, heifer that wins that first class. We talked about her a few minutes ago in that respective class. You know, if you could give that one just a notch more hair coat and just style and presence, you just fall in love with that one, because for us, that's hard to put a hole in that one. You know, she's super complete and fault-free. A heifer that transitions and blends so good from front to rear. She has that quality about her and stays good enough in terms of those feet and legs. A big-time breeding piece, and I will say that the heifer that wins this second class, when you see her just standing there, you talk about one that's presented and fitted to a T. I mean, huge bodied, and that lower sweep to her middle 1/3 of her skeleton, that extra power and substance she has throughout. So we just alluded to or talked about her in that respective class. I'd like to tone her down just a little bit in terms of that condition as you study her up in through that chest and brisket, but that's a super high quality female. It's going to be a big time producer and female for the young lady. Our respective seconds out here are both really good, and there's one in particular that Reed and I like quite well in terms of just her kind and her presence and her quality. We talked about her in class. I like to alter just a little bit in terms of the way she gets out and moves, but nitpicking on a very high quality female. There's a couple that suit us well in this division. We'll show you the two that we like. Give them a round of applause. Congratulations, exhibitors.
And your senior intermediate champion, Red Angus heifer, goes to entry number 86, TC Primrose 62J, owned by Tucker Bearer of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 81, HEH Avery 15J, owned by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second call, Class 23, 27, and 30, Red Angus females. Second call, Class 23, 27, and 30, Red Angus females. Attention in the barns. Once again, Belted Galloway exhibitors, your show is slated to start at 11:30. Once again, Belted Galloway's show to begin at 11:30.
Good class of early February Hereford females here, and I think one that wins here for me is the female that's moderate. She's big-bodied. She gives you a nice look here from the side, really up-headed and fresh up through her front end. I like her in terms of her condition and where she stands in that aspect. Just a good, high-quality one here to win this particular class. Nice place to start. I like the one in second extremely well, too. That's a big, stout power female here that she does have the advantage over the one right ahead of her in terms of just sheer dimension and mass and substance. You know, that's a good looking one here from the side. A little edgy in terms of her structure. Could sure just loosen her up there and modify her, the way her knee sets into her body, and just let her get out and be just a little more flexible off both ends. That's a very, very good heifer here at the stand. It's big, stout, and powerful. I like that one as well. Good heifer here coming next, and she probably has the advantage of being a little longer stepping than what the one does right ahead of her, especially off their hind leg there. But, you know, not quite the look, not the balance from the side. And I think when you get right on top of her, could square her up out of her hip and make her just a shot more attractive as compared to the one that's in second. But a nice female there that's got some rib and volume, uses her hip and hind leg well. Good heifer here coming next. Moderate in terms of her size, got some body shape to her, got some density there. Female gets a little awkward there in terms of her hock and the way she goes to the ground. Just like to pick her head up out of her body and let her be a little more attractive here from the side, but a very, very nice heifer there in her own right. Good green condition here, one here coming next at the stand. You really, really like in terms of just how fresh she is in her chest and up through her front end. You know, you get right on top of that one. Just need to open her up, give her some more stoutness and dimension right there from a three-quarter view. But a good female there, I think, has got a lot of longevity about her. And the one's going to close, a good heifer. Got some bone and some foot size to her. Female, I think it's nice in terms of her structure. From a balance standpoint, just needs to be a little more attractive in terms of her lines. Excellent class, nice place to start.
First call, Class 12 Herefords. First call, Class 12 Hereford females. Results of Class number 9 of your Hereford female show. In first place, entry number 116, VH 1326, Candy Girl 02K, owned by Paisley Van Horn of Morgantown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 113, Green 7317, Holly 5K, owned by John Cox of Flemingsburg, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 118, Sage E. Lawrence of Avila, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 111, Griffin, Ty, Lily, and Allie Anderson of Morton, Illinois. In fifth place, entry number 115, Ramsey's Herefords. In sixth place, entry number 117, Crown L. Herefords. Third and final call, Class 27 and 30, Red Angus. Third and final call, Class 27 and 30, Red Angus females.
Not to sound like a repetitive record, but you know, you get down on the green chips and going to evaluate cattle in Louisville, you know there's going to be quality and they're going to be good, but these big heifers have been fun, folks, over here on the Red Angus side. And these top three heifers are super, super good. You know, I encourage you to reach out to these people and try to better your program and what you're focusing or targeted on, because these are elite cattle. They really are. And the heifer that we lead off with, once again, you've heard me say as we've worked throughout the day, just piece for piece, and just trying to pick a hole in one, it's hard to do so in that one. That one's just super solid. particularly from the ground up, and the way that she comes out of her shoulder back into that midrib. She opens up wider, particularly right behind her blade relative to the heifer, and especially the heifer in third. I like that middle sweep and rib shape that she has, but yet she stays so attractive and still feminine enough in her kind and her build. Just a super solid female to lead off with. This heifer that comes in second, me and Reed both come back to this one a bunch of times. We had her third initially, and then we're like, you know what, that one's pretty darn good. And she is, and that one's super attractive. The young man does an awesome job showing her. You know, we get down here and get a little picky. I'd like to set that tail head down in her just a nickel, and I'd like to stouten her up and bolt her up just a little bit behind that shoulder. But that one's ultra cool to look at. She's good in terms of her structure and her angles. Nice, solid female. It's going to be a very, very good producer for the young man. The young man that rounds the corner here that comes in third, I mean, this one from her shoulder back, and I say that, I should probably say about her third or fourth rib back, that one's incredible in her build. And the way she's presented, you want a hip and hind leg in one, right there she is, folks. And that one is so cool when you get behind her and the way she set at her pins. Unfortunately, she's pushing a nickel more chest up front through her front 1/3. She doesn't open up as true and as wide right in behind her shoulder as well. But that's a super high quality one that is fundamentally right at the ground in terms of her angles and structure. Young lady that comes around the corner here, you know, you take those top three out of this class, you're going to gravitate toward this one pretty easily. I mean, this is a super big-bodied, bold rib kind of a one. She's moderate in her kind, and I don't mind that one bit because her body type matches that. Unfortunately, she comes in a nickel planer package. Just need to neaten her up and freshen her up through that front 1/3. The same holds true for the young lady rounding the corner now. That heifer has something to her in terms of just substance and volume. Unfortunately, she becomes a poorer balanced heifer as we get out here and we analyze her and compare her to those good heifers ahead of her. Young lady that rounds off the class has a super smooth pattern kind of a heifer, is exceptionally long-sided. Here, once again, unfortunately, she just kind of runs out of gas, lack of a better term, when we get right in on her and from behind, just need to stouten her up and power her up. But once again, congratulations on a really, really good class on those Red Angus exhibitors.
Results of Class 22 in your Red Angus female show. In first place, entry number 100, WLTR Scarlet 4J, owned by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 105, BJF CETA 1049J, exhibited by Luke Borglin of Henning, Minnesota. In third place, entry number 103, Tucker Bayer. In fourth place, entry number 102, Addie White. In fifth place, entry number 104, Bryce Zepp. And in sixth place, entry number 106, Paige Wood. This is your first call all champion and reserve champion Red Angus females. First call all champion and reserve champion Red Angus females to the Makeup Arena. Once again, Belted Galloway exhibitors, your show will begin at 11:30 in Freedom Hall. Once again, Belted Galloway exhibitors, your show will begin at 11:30 in Freedom Hall. Second call, Class 12, Hereford females. Second call, Class 12, Hereford females.
As we get back over here on the Red Angus side, the young lady's heifer that we chose to start with just puts the most together for us. She's so good in her body shape and her durability. She's really massive through her center body. and still handles it relatively well on the move off both ends. Just a nice place to start in this class. The young lady in second brings us one who's ultra stout at the ground. She's big-footed, heavy boned, one who's long and level down her spine. Just compared to the one ahead of her, she gets this nickel shotgun bellied for us. I'd like to soften this one up through her center body and just make her balance up a little better from the side. Taking nothing away from the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, one who's good and bold through her center body there. It's just her structure that gets her where she's at. She gets a little extra set through her hind leg and wants to get up underneath herself just a little bit. Gets a little vertical up front, but still a nice heifer in her own right. Congratulations.
Results of Class 23 and your Red Angus female show in first place, entry number 108, Rojas Unthrough Talkin 1438, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. In second place, entry number 109, Miss Elena 21J, exhibited by Adeline Sorgan of Convoy, Ohio. In third place, entry number 110, Ronald Carlin. This is your second call, all champion and reserve champion, Red Angus females. Second call, all champion and reserve champion, Red Angus females to the makeup arena. Third call, Class 12, Hereford females. Third call, Class 12, Hereford females.
Big, really, really good class of January heifers here, and this top end is a lot of fun for me, and lots of, give and take and types and kind differences out here, and hey, that's okay. Depending on where your breeding program fits and how you're shooting them or maybe targeting them, you can do a lot of different things out here, and I wouldn't argue with you. I'm going to tell you the way I see them out here and read them. I think this top pair of females are the ones that, have some extras as far as bone and foot size and shape to them. And I think within that pair, you study this top two, the one here that wins. There's enough more of her right there in her forerib and right there behind her shoulder. I think that maintains all the way back into a bigger square pin set. This is a good-looking female here from the side that sure balances up extremely well. She's good in terms of her center shape and back through her rear rib and flank. It's a very attractive set to her hind leg. The differences between these two is she'll pick her head up higher than the one does in second, maybe use it a little neater, not quite as neat right there in her throat latch or maybe even down to the base of her chest. But I think that one's just got a little more right internal dimension as compared to the one in second. I like this one in two very well. This is a big boned, heavy structured female that I think uses her hip and hind leg extremely, extremely well. Very attractive in terms of her head and her throat latch. Study that one right there in terms of her heart and her forerib. Like to just open her up and square her up there in terms of her dimension. Maybe not as soft. Right through the center part of her body is our class winner, but an excellent pair of females there to go ahead and start this class. Problem one here is the 1 and 3, because I like this female a lot and a great deal, especially at the stand. You know, she's way different than our first two is from a size standpoint. It's okay, though. I mean, there's still enough performance and power in that thing. I like this one a lot. She's probably the truest and the best bodied of our top 3 as far as just rib shape and dimension goes. Gives you a nice look there at the stand. For me, you set her in motion. You just need to loosen her up and let her get out and go and use her spine just a little nicer. Just soften her up there at the ground ever so slightly. Set size aside. That one's still very, very high quality. Just need to loosen her up in terms of her build. 1 and 4, good heifer. Maybe gets swallowed up out here a little bit in terms of just look and balance, but that's a good female when you break that one down. Nice set of feet and legs underneath her. She's big rib. She's high volume. Good female there. Not quite as attractive from the side of them ones right ahead of her, but very, very good female that's going to have some good days ahead of her. Extra stout one here coming next. Heavy bone, big-footed, really, really square down her top and out of her hip. Got to balance her up there in her top line. Wants to roll up behind her shoulder. It's a little awkward the way she uses her hind leg. Extra stout, extra punch in that one. Same kind of goes for the next one here, too. You get on top of this one and he gets her parked. You really, really got to appreciate all the mass and dimension and rib cage this one has. Need to loosen her up and let her get out and go and use her structure a little truer, but good female there at the stand when he gets her put together. Nice heifer here coming next. A little greener in her condition as compared to the few right ahead of her, but good female here. I think probably has the advantage of the remaining class, being a little neater in terms of her structure. Like to stouten her up and get some more animal out here as compared to a few right ahead of her, but a good female there in her own right. This one here at times can really gravitate towards. She's big-bodied, she's dense. Female needs to balance up a little better, kind of runs downhill, gets a little awkward there in her balance from the side. Good heifer here at the stand. Young lady gets her put together and gives you a great look down her top. Needs to move better off both ends and just balance her up there in terms of her underline. Good one to close as well. Long-bodied, nice female there. Just need to balance up a little nicer from the side and use her structure just a little truer. But what a great class of January females. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Back on the Red Angus side, and another division selection as we get back out here. Again, a couple class winners and those respective seconds. Once again, folks, as we've worked through and we've gone up in terms of age, obviously, these cattle have just stayed plumb good. And hats off to these breeders, these exhibitors, these people putting these cattle together back in the barns. There's a couple that suit us really, really well in this division. If you would, reward these folks and give them a nice round of a hand. We'll get the two that we like. Congratulations.
Third and final call on champion and reserve champion Red Angus females. Third and final call on champion and reserve champion Red Angus females. And your junior champion Red Angus female goes to entry number 100. WLTR Scarlet 4J, owned by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 105, BJF CETA 1049J, owned by Luke Porkland of Henning, Minnesota. First call, Class 13 Herefords. First call, Class 13 Hereford females. Results of Class 10 of your Hereford female show. In first place, entry number 123, CFCC Posey 210K, exhibited by Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 133, SSF Olivia's Bell 205, owned and exhibited by Todd Kim and Casey Herman of Lima, Ohio, and BJ Herman and Sons of Edgerton, Ohio. In third place, entry number 142, Gary and Kathy Bullschultz of Texas. In fourth place, entry number 143, Libby Rushton. In fifth place, entry number 128, Jack Witter. In sixth place, entry number 120, John Cox. In 7th place, entry number 134, Ramsey's Herefords. In 8th place, entry number 129, Zachary Imbruglio. In 9th place, entry number 141, Allie Harrison.
Just a single entry over here on the Red Angus side, but a moderate, easy keeping kind of a female who has some depth of body and has some dimension. Maybe compared to some of the other ones we've seen out here today. Just like to extend her a little more up front, give her a little more substance at the surface and just balance her up a little better. But that's still a moderate, easy keeping kind of a female for the young lady. Congratulations.
Single entry here, obviously on the Red Angus side, and we're talking about senior yearlings here, and of course she's done what's expected of her. She's got a coupon, her baby alongside of her right here, and doing a nice job of super attractive, kind of a young female here. Obviously, she's just a 2-year-old, and congratulations to these exhibitors here on the nice senior yearling entry.
Results of your Red Angus show your Class 26 winner went to entry number 112, SGGC Gilda 201H, exhibited by Hannah Georges of Linville, Indiana. Your Class 27 winner went to entry number 113, Reba Heather 202H, exhibited by Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky.
Good class. We get the remaining Januaries here in this particular drive, and interesting top 3 out here, and all of them are a little different and probably could be modified probably in terms of their structure ever so slightly, but I think the one that wins is from just a stoutness standpoint, a look and balance standpoint. She's the one you gravitate towards. This is the heifer that gives you a great look here from the side, heavy bone and big footed, and really just neat and attractive in terms of her look. I like the body shape this one has, and still, gives you a fresh appearance out here. Could change her, just loosen her up in terms of her structure, but a nice female there to go ahead and win the class. 1 and 2nd is just kind of a broody made, wide-built female here that's big in terms of her body shape. Gives you a nice look down her top and out of her hip. Not as attractive up front as our class winner, maybe just not as neat and true in terms of her hind leg and hip as that one at the stand, but a female too. I think we can modify her in terms of her structure as well, but still a really, really high quality one there to come in 2nd. The 1 and 3rd, good female. When she gets this one parked, gives you a great look, especially down her top and out of her hip. Really fresh and youthful in terms of her condition. there's not as much animal out here today as compared to the two right ahead of her. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone and her foot size, just give her a shot more performance out here. Could probably loosen her up out of her front end structure as well. Nice heifer coming next at the stand. Gives you a great look here in terms of just her balance from the side. One that's neat hipped and neat in terms of her back leg. We can change her as well. She wants to roll up there in the center of her back, just like to use her hind leg a little truer, but a good female there in terms of her own right. Nice one coming next, more moderate in terms of her size, and that's okay, but this one's got some bone and some look here from the side. Maybe just like to true that one up out of her front end structure. I think with that out here, a little more performance as compared to the ones up front, but a good female there. And the young man's done a nice job here with the female, going to close. Really a wide-made, broody female here that's got a lot of dimension to her. Needs more look and balance out here as compared to the cattle right up front.
Second call, Class 13, Hereford females. Second call, Class 13, Hereford females.
We get back out here for the senior yearling division. Two individuals in their own right come out of their own classes. Cody and I both have one that we think is a logical place to go ahead and use in this division. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll come back and continue the show after this division. Congratulations.
And your senior champion Red Angus female goes to entry number 113, Reba Heather 202H, exhibited by Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky. Your reserve senior champion female goes to entry number 112, SGGC Gilda 201H, exhibited by Hannah Georges of Linville, Indiana.
Pair over here on the Red Angus side, and a super young female, obviously doing more than what she's asked of here. Calved a little early, but as we all know, we do have that. But I mean, a nice uddered female, heavy milking, doing a nice job with the bull calf alongside of her. Congratulations to these exhibitors here on a nice pair.
And your champion cow-calf pair goes to entry number 114 in your Red Angus show, WCCS Miss Eclipse 110, owned by Kunda Farms of Nancy, Kentucky.
Well, this has been a very fun January, February division here in our heifer calf side of the Hereford show, and what an honor it is to stand here and get to evaluate such high quality animals. And so, with that being said, there's still a lot of give and take and a lot of different types and kinds out here. for me. And so it's kind of just depending on where you put your priorities and how you want to land them today. But, you know, starting up here with this first pair of heifers that won that first and second in that class, both of them were extremely good. And there was some give and take in that pair, but yet I thought the one that won sure gives you a striking look here from the side. So neat and attractive the way her head and neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. I think from there back, she's the balanced female out here, down her top and out of her hip, where her pin bone's set in terms of her body cavity. In that class, she was the one that was more opened up behind her shoulder and square in her hip, and I still think that correlates out here with the rest of these cattle out here, how true she is in terms of her top line and out of her hip. Fresh in terms of her condition, still yet she has rib cage and volume. I think she uses her hip and hind leg extremely well. A nice heifer calf there. One that wins the second class, extremely good, and she's the outlier out here as far as just being different in her kind. She's a little shorter in terms of her body length, and you know, I don't know that that's good or bad, but I think it does benefit her out here from just a depth of body and shape of rib standpoint here in these heifer calves. Really impressive in terms of the lower third of her body. That's a heavy bone, big-footed female that, you know, you certainly appreciate that all about her. Neat and fresh up through her front end in terms of her condition. Set her in motion at times. She'll maybe want to drop her pins and use her hind leg just a little more awkwardly out here as compared to the one right in front of her, but a nice female there in her own right. Got back to the third class, and that was a really interesting class of those cattle, and kind of all shapes and sizes and kind were in there. But I thought these two that sorted in that class were the ones that were fresh and youthful, yet they still have some look and quality about them. The heifer that wins the class, that's a really big bone, big-footed one here that gives you a nice look from the side. Good in terms of her body shape and dimension out here. And we talked that class. You know, is she the wildest necked winner, the freakiest right there in terms of her jawline? You know, I don't know. But for me, you get her back out here at times, maybe pushes her hock a little bit and gets a little awkward there and she goes to the ground. But I think structure is still very, very acceptable, and that one gives you a nice look out here. Good heifer that wins the final class as well. Talked that one just a second ago. Big, stout, powerful, heavy bone female that really gives you a good look here at the stand. Could redesign her in terms of her feet and legs and let her just get out and go a little easier, but certainly one from a look standpoint, a power standpoint, it's definitely in contention out here. Again, let's put our hands together here for this January, February division. What an awesome division drive here in this Hereford show. I'll get you a pair of high-quality females. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 13 Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 13 Hereford females. First call, Class 14 Herefords. First call, Class 14 Herefords. And your champion junior Hereford heifer calf goes to entry number 110, KLL KLD Toiger 1K, owned by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 99, Purple Elmay Trudy 200K, owned by Stetson and Blakely Story of Stockton, Illinois. First call, class 40, 41 and 42, Red Angus Bulls. First call, class 40, 41 and 42, Red Angus Bulls. Second call, class 14, Hereford females. Second call, class 14, Hereford females.
Well, obviously, selection we get out here are the respective division winners here in our Red Angus show. We're on this side of the ring, and I made the comment a time or two, you know, you come to Louisville, you're going to expect quality, but I'll be quite frank or quite honest with you folks. The cattle are better than I expected, and I don't mean that derogatory. I mean that as a compliment. These cattle are good. I mean, all the way, this calf hits me and Reed really, really hard. From her all the way down, I mean, these cattle have got some form, some function. Obviously, we want them built from the ground up. We want a little something to them. And then, as I've talked about, we get out here on these green shavings. We want some zazz, some presence, and some quality to them. And I'm not going to go through and talk about each one. To us, it comes down to 2 or 3 of these heifers that we would feel comfortable with. If it said you got to back your trailer up and throw them on, you're going to take them home. And that's just simply what we've done here as we've worked through the female show. It's been an honor and a privilege to ask Reed come down here and help me. As you folks know that run operations, you've got somebody behind the scenes, and it's pretty simple. It doesn't happen. It doesn't operate without people like that. And I respect his eye. I respect his ability, and it's been a privilege for him to kind of bounce some ideas and some thoughts off of as we've worked through this female show. So, but more importantly, thank you and congratulations to you exhibitors, you breeders, you people that have put these cattle together and worked on them in the back. You know, time, energy, money. You don't need to tell me. You folks are probably ready to go home. It's been a long week, long weekend here. But what you're doing out here, you don't need me to tell you, and what you're doing for these families and for the breed and for the livestock industry in general, you're to be complimented. And my hat's off to you. Me and Reed are going to just go simply pick the 2 that we like. But I think you folks along ringside, if you would, please put your hands together on a very nice set of Red Angus females.
Second call, class 40, 41 and 42, Red Angus Bulls. Second call, class 40, 41 and 42, Red Angus Bulls. Your grand champion Red Angus female goes to entry number 100, WLTR Scarlet 4J, owned by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. And your reserve grand champion Red Angus female goes to entry number 105, BJF CETA 1049J, exhibited by Luke Borkland of Henning, Minnesota. Third and final call, class 40, 41, and 42 Red Angus bulls. Third and final call, class 40, 41, and 42 Red Angus bulls. Third call, class 14 Hereford females. Third call, class 14 Hereford females. First call, class 15 Herefords. First call, class 15 Hereford females.
Good way to start off our senior heifer calf division, and some give and take up here on top. I'll be the first one to tell you, I think the heifer that wins those a little more my kind as far as just being a little denser, a little wider built. You study this one, I think she certainly has the advantage over the one in second of just being more opened up all the way through, especially there in terms of her forerib and her lower body shape back to her rear and flank. Young man gets her stopped, and she gets her put together and sure gives you a really nice look out here. At times, you know, she appears a little rougher haired, maybe not just as sleek and designed from the side as the 1 and 2, but I think that one's stout. I think she's powerful. I think she's functional in her kind. Enough more of her out here from just a mass standpoint to go ahead and win this class. Gets interesting here with these 1s and 2 and 3. You know, they read with, you know, empty numbers here on paper, and so makes it a little tougher out here from a show judge standpoint. But I think when you just break them down and study the cattle, this is kind of where they fit in this particular class. The 1 in second here gives you a great look here from the side. Up-headed and long-necked and fresh in terms of her chest and up through her front end, a female that balances up out of her hip really well, has some body shape and lower depth to her rib cage. You know, for me, you get right on top of that when you just want to open her up in her forerib, stouten her up all the way through, and I think square her up the way she uses her hind leg ever so slightly, but a good heifer there to come in second. 1 and 3 is heavy bone, big-footed, really long and extended from her shoulder forward, gives you a nice look there. Kind of comes out of balance ever so slightly, a little rougher there in her top line. We could level her out there and just pick her up in her pins and square everything up. For me, just gets a little rigid in her hock, like to let her get out and go a little easier in terms of the 2 right ahead of her, but good female there in her own right. But kind of a different speed of one coming next. Wide-made, massive built female that's really big out of the backside of her shoulder, maintains that width all the way down her top. A little plainer up front, maybe not just the look and balance here from the side as the cattle right ahead of her, but a nice female there that's got a lot of brood cow potential all over. Different one here coming as well. Extra stout and powerful in terms of her bone work, all the way down to the ground. It's a little shorter there in her hip, maybe a little runs downhill, maybe a little plainer there in terms of her shoulder and up through her front end, but a nice heifer there in her own right. I think's got plenty to her. Good heifer here, moderate size, big ribbed, Just needs more look and balance, could make her a little sounder off both ends. We got a pair of heifers here that I think are both nice in terms of their condition. I think they're fresh and got good days ahead of them. Need more to them, need more look and balance here from the side.
Results of Class 12 of your Hereford show: in first place, entry number 161, Beaufat Hill Lucky 7, owned by Harrison Roberts of Williamsburg, Massachusetts. In second place, entry number 156, My Merlot 1221, owned by Reed and Ryan of Quincy, Illinois. In third place, entry number 160, owned by Martina Alley of Dansville, Georgia. In fourth place, entry number 165, John Cox. In fifth place, entry number 159, owned by Daniel, Emma, and Morgan Richardson of Capron, Illinois. In sixth place, entry number 155, owned by Madison and Salem Sifford and Sedona Sifford. In seventh place, entry number 164, owned by Madison, Salem, and Sedona Sifford. In eighth place, entry number 163, Emma Ballinger and Bo Todd. Second call, Class 15, Hereford females. Second call, Class 15, Hereford females.
Nice class of these November females here. And you know, for me, the one that's, she's not the most overwhelming out here as far as just performance and size, but I think this is the one I land on rather quickly in this particular class. Here's a really fresh conditioned, attractive female here from the side that gives you a great look down her top and out of her hip. Really neat in terms of her underline, where her chest floor sits in relation back to her rear rib and flank. Gives you a nice look off her hip and hind leg. She's attractive up front. Nice place to start here in this particular class. Good effort here coming in second. You know, from a frame size standpoint, she's probably in line with our class winner, a little more on the moderate side. You know, this is a dense female here that's really opened up, really stout and massive in terms of her, like her view here from the three-quarter, opened up in her rib cage and powerful boned. You know, a female compared to our class winner, a little rougher there in her top line, maybe not as smooth out through her tail head, could just loosen her up in terms of her structure ever so slightly, but a nice female there that's going to be a really good brood cow on down the road. I like this big, stout, powerful female too, and she's one that you can really get in on in terms of just her hip and her bone and her stoutness there. A heifer you really like in terms of just her overall mass and power. It's a little rougher there in terms of her shoulder to her forerib hookup, maybe a little plainer in terms of her look there, but a female, I think if we could loosen her up off her hip and hind leg ever so slightly, she could slide up in this class, but a nice heifer there in her own right. Next female coming, nice sized one here in terms of just being moderate in her kind, a female that I think reads well down her top and out of her hip. A little plainer up front. I think for me, just need to change her in terms of her structure. Let her get out long, take a longer stride off both ends of her skeleton, but a good heifer here that patterns up well from the side. Stouter one coming next. More mass, more power when you get right on top of this one as far as shape and dimension goes. Female, it's a little deeper there in her neck, a little plainer in her chest floor. Could like just balance her up from the side just a little bit nicer. Good heifer that's going to close too. One with body shape, one with dimension. A little plainer there in her look, could just sharpen her up in terms of her feature, but a good heifer there in this particular class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Good class in Novembers.
Third and final call, Class 15, Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 15, Hereford females. First call, class 54, 55, and 56, Red Angus Bulls. First call, class 54, 55, and 56, Red Angus Bulls. Class number 40 is entering the ring. Second call, class 54, 55, and 56, Red Angus Bulls. Second call, class 54, 55, and 56, Red Angus Bulls. First call, class 16 and 17, Hereford females. First call, class 16 and 17, Hereford females.
As we move into the Red Angus Bull Show here, first class and a trio of calves out here that certainly have some good and some utility to them, but the logical choice for us, gentleman's bull calf to lead off with here. He's the powerfully constructed calf that just brings a little more substance, foot and bone, and just power and muscle from end to end to go ahead and lead off with. Solid place to lead off. 2 and 3 become a nickel closer, but the calf that comes in second obviously is just a bit more cooperative, if you will. That calf stays sound enough and he's kind. When we ask him to get out and go, he's smooth in the way he's put together up and through his shoulder and stays strong and long down that top line relative to the good class winner that leads off. I want to power him up just a little bit and give him a little more to him. Young man that rounds off the class has got a nice bull calf in his own right. Unfortunately, he becomes a frailer made, poor balanced of the trio we have out here, but a nice group to get started with.
Got a really strong group of these Octobers here, and very, very high quality. Set them up here on top. I think the one that wins, she comes at you here and you gravitate towards her just for being so fresh in terms of her condition and sleek up through her front end. Heifer that's really neat down her top and out of her hip. She's a heavy bone, big footed female. Still has some body cavity and some rib cage in her. Nice place to start. Good heifer in second. Probably a little stouter when you get right on top over than our class winner as far as just dimension down her top and out of her hip. Big barreled female here that gives you a nice look up front. A little stiltier up there through her front shoulder and knee, and probably just not as heavy bone and rugged as our class winner, but good heifer there that's got mass and power and dimension and body shape. Good one to come in second. I like the young man's heifer here in third as well. She's conventional in terms of her size. She's got some shape to her. She's got some bone and some foot underneath her. Maybe not the look and balance of the two up front, even compared to those two, but still a very, very high quality female here, though, that I think gets around the ring exceptionally well. Good heifer here coming next. Really bold made and stout and dimensional when you get right on top of her. Lots of shape, lots of power, extra big bone and footed. From a balance standpoint, need to soften her up there through the middle part of her body, clean her up through her front end, and I think just loosen her up in terms of her structure as well. Nice one coming next. Kind of fought the halter out here for this young lady, but still got a good female. It's going to make a good brood cow. Got some rib, got some volume, some substance to her. Need to be redesigned off both ends of her skeleton. Change her there, and she can maybe slide up a notch or two. Big stout one coming next. Lots of bone, lots of foot underneath her. Little plainer here from this side. If we could just make her a shot more attractive. That female's got a lot of positives working for her there as far as just dimension and shape. And a nice one to close, too. A female with some rib and volume. I think she's nice enough in terms of her structure. This gets a little rougher in terms of her appearance here from this side. Like to just give her a little more look and quality.
Just a single entry over here on the Red Angus Bull side, but a very, very high quality individual in his own right. He gives you a neat look up through his front end. He's very strong and expansive down his top. Has some extra shape and stoutness when you step in behind him. But yet still reads rugged in terms of his features. He's masculine up through his head and his neck. Has some substance of foot and bone underneath of him. A very high quality individual in this class. Congratulations.
Results of Class 40 in your Red Angus Bull Show. In first place, entry number 119, Red LePage, OK Red Kingdom 16, exhibited by LePage Cattle Limited of Coshocton, Ohio. In second place, entry number 118, WCS Bruno 234, exhibited by Kunda Farms of Nancy, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 117, Lynch's Red Angus. Third call in Class 16 and 17 Hereford females. Third call in Class 16 and 17 Hereford females. First call in Class 18 and 19 Herefords. First call in Class 18 and 19 Herefords.
nice pair of bull calves that we have out here, and the two come to us, and obviously they're different in their type and kind, but ultimately we ask these cattle to go, and that's where they separate themselves. And in our opinion, the bull that leads off, he's just so much better in terms of the way he's laid into his shoulder and that angle there in his shoulder, and then back through his hip and down at his hind leg, and we ask him to go just more comfortable and gets out and fills his track. Is he as stout and as powerful as the bull that comes in second? Absolutely not. And those where those advantages lie in him. That's a big top, thick-ended kind of a calf, and you appreciate that about him with some performance and substance to him. Unfortunately, he wants to get up in his top just a nickel. Gets a little straighter or stiltier, if you will, off both ends of his skeleton, but a nice pair of bull calves that have some usefulness and utility to them.
Class 16 and 17 Herefords to the makeup arena immediately. Class 16 and 17 Herefords to the makeup arena immediately. Hereford entry number 200 and 201 to the makeup arena. Once again, Class 16 and 17 Herefords to the makeup arena immediately. This is your second call, Class 18 and 19 Hereford female. Second call, Class 18 and 19 Hereford female. Results of Class 41 in your Red Angus Bull show. In first place, entry number 137, AAS Riding Shotgun, exhibited by Adeline Sorgan of Convoy, Ohio. Your Class 42 results. In first place, entry number 129, WDSC Sailor's Delight, K24, exhibited by Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 126, GC Bacola 4K, exhibited by Brooke Rickey of Whiteford, Maryland. Now exhibiting in the Red Angus ring is a selection of your Spring Bull Calf champion.
And selection over here on the Red Angus side, our first calf or bull calf division here, and three nice class winners and two couple respective seconds we have out here. There's some give and take in our opinion or estimation where you want to lay your priorities and measures as far as that's concerned, but there's a bull calf out here that brings just a little more substance and power to the table. We alternate that with the calf we're going to use for reserve. It's probably just a bit better in terms of these angles, but I'd like to stouten him up just a little bit. So like I said, there's some give and take, but there's certainly some good and some quality in these calves. We'll show you the two that we like. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
In your champion Spring Bull Calf champion in your Red Angus show goes to entry number 137, AAS Riding Shotgun, exhibited by Adeline Sorgan of Convoy, Ohio. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 129, WDSC Sailor's Delight, K24, exhibited by Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky. Now entering the ring is Class 54 of your March Spring Yearling Bulls.
Got our Septembers and a few Augusts in this class here on the Hereford side, and a real nice place to start here. A female that just balances up so well and fresh in terms of her look here from the side. Good heifer here in terms of her structure and bone and foot size. Just a real high quality one here in this particular class. Gets a little tougher here for me, just trying to depend on where you put your priorities, can do several things. I think the short marked heifer here is one that's impressive in terms of just a shape and dimension and a look here she gives you from the stand. A heifer that's really powerful down her top and out of her hip. Young lady gets her put together, and she sure can give you a nice look here from the side. I like to free her up in terms of her structure ever so slightly here. Just let her get out and go a little easier, but nice heifer there in her own right. I think the female here with some extra white on her probably has the advantage of being a little longer stepping, a little more flexible there at the ground, but you get right on top of that one. There's not as much animal as the one right ahead of her as far as shape and width and power, but a nice female there that I think is really sound in terms of her structure. Just needs to be more of her out here in this particular class. Good female here coming next. Big, rugged heifer here. Done a nice job with this one as far as just keeping her fresh and lean. A little plainer, though, in terms of her look here from the side, but nice female as far as power and bone and substance and condition goes. Then we kind of run into some females that are a little different in their type and kind, a little more moderate in their size, maybe not quite the look and balance from the side. If we could just stretch them out and give them a little more of an attractive side view profile, maybe true them up in terms of their structure. But a very good class here, September's and August. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Just another single entry over here in the Red Angus bull side, but not lacking any quality. Here on the profile, this bull's so good in the way he ties his neck on the top side of his skeleton. Still so strong and bold right there behind his shoulders. And maintains that extra width and dimension when you step in behind him, out through his hip and down through his lower quarter. And still, when you ask him to lead, he's really flexible off both ends of his skeleton and maintains his balance when asked to lead. That's a really nice bull. Congratulations.
Results of Class 15 in your Hereford show. In first place, entry number 194, EXR Miss Harley, 1278, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 185, HCF Miss Ava, number 2, exhibited by Marilyn Lewis of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 1, Hardy Malcolm Edwards. In fourth place, entry number 192, Caitlin Keith. In fifth place, entry number 189, Grand Meadows Farm. In sixth place, entry number 196, Craig Stahowski. And in seventh place, entry number 198, Durst Farms.
Over here on the Red Angus side, a pair of yearling bulls. And folks, I tell you, these two bulls are really, really good. And I mean that sincerely. They come in different kinds and types, obviously. The bull that we elected or lead off with, you can't deny his just presence and his quality of a very highly presented bull. But more importantly, where those differences or advantages lie. This bull opens up square, bolder, and truer, particularly right in behind his shoulders. He transitions not only into his forerib and his heart, but his top line. That is one big hipped calf with a world of foot and bone underneath of him. Really, really good looking. I'm not going to call him the biggest bodied, soggiest made kind of a bull, but he matches his length and his kind and his quality. Just a super good place to start. This bull that comes in second, folks, that's just a good kind. I mean, that's a huge bodied bull. He's super practical in his build. He's really, really sound and angular when we ask him to get out and go. In terms of his joints and the way he sets down, super sound. You know, that extra body and sogginess that he has probably works just a nickel to his disadvantage. That bull eases up, gets a little slack, if you will, right in terms of his top line. He's not as bold and as full right behind his shoulder. He's a little heavier down into his chest and brisket, but that's getting picky on a really good kind of a bull that offers a lot of utility, just a good kind. Congratulations, those two exhibitors, two really good bulls.
Really a strong division here of senior heifer calves on our Hereford side, and just tremendous set of them out here, and you know, different shapes and sizes and kinds again, but you know, that's okay. They kind of need to fit your mold and where you're shooting them for, but the quality speaks for itself. These females are extremely good. The youngest heifer up here up front that wins the first class, you know, in that class, she was the one that was still dimensional, still had some power and some body shape to her. I thought her structure was more than acceptable in that class. You get her back out here, she's maybe a little rougher in her appearance, and maybe it's her hair coat as compared to the ones right behind her, but it's still a good heifer with lots of body shape, lots of dimension to her. Maybe not as attractive from the side as a couple, but good female there in her own right. Heifer that wins the next class, obviously getting a little hot on us out here, but that one's good. She kind of hit me pretty hard in that particular class, just from a practicality standpoint. Her structure's very, very good. She's a female that's big-ribbed and really, really good back through her rear rib and flank, yet I think she's still fresh in her condition. She probably has the advantage in this particular drive of where her shoulder and her knee placement sets in her. I think she gets out and goes and covers her track extremely well. Compared to the two right behind her, she's a little bolder in her forerib, a little neater right there, but a very, very nice heifer. Now, the outlier to me in this group is the one that wins the next class. This is a very high-tying, high-fronted female here that's very attractive up through her head and neck. You know, she's stout in terms of her bone work all the way to the ground as far as foot size and shape goes down there. Powerful female when you study her. You know, you really like this one from a look and balance standpoint here from the side. Get right in and dig onto her there. Maybe a little straighter in her shoulder, maybe a little straighter in her knee, like to just open her up in her forerib ever so slightly. I think she's flexible. I think everything goes. Maybe comes up just a little short in her stride there, but a good heifer there that wins that particular class. Then a more of a conventional one here, the early September female here that wins the last class. And that one, in that drive, she was the show cow of the bunch that had body and shape and mass and still gives you a great look out here. You know, out here maybe doesn't pick her head up quite as high as some, maybe not as attractive from in terms of hooks to pins, maybe not as neat there in her balance, but a big-bodied female, I think that's sure functional in terms of her type and kind, still gives you a nice look out here from the side. So kind of comes down to a pair of them out here for me. They're a little different as far as their shape and kind goes, but again, congratulate all these exhibitors one more time for me here in the senior heifer calf division. I'll get you a grand in reserve.
Just another single entry on the Red Angus bull side, one who offers a lot of extension and length up through his front end. He's loose in his skeleton. Just a very, very practical kind of a bull. Maybe compared to some of the other ones out here, he's not as rugged and not as stout when you step in behind him, but that's still an attractive bull who's leveling his lines and has some extra length and extension. Congratulations.
Results of Class 55 of your Red Angus Bull show. In first place, entry number 138, Kip J301 Sharp Dress Man, exhibited by Kip Wallace of Emerald, Wisconsin. In second place, entry number 140, Red Diamond El Rey 102, exhibited by Jackson Bragg of Salado, Texas. Your Class 56 winner goes to entry number 141, Red LePage Tommy Jack 5, exhibited by LePage Cattle Limited of Coshocton, Ohio, and Blair's Ag Cattle Company of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Third and final call, Class 18 and 19 Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 18 and 19 Hereford females.
This is a very good pair of June and July females out here, and you know, they're probably as polar opposite as we've seen as far as a pair goes for just type and kind, but both are extremely high quality and both can bring a lot to the table. The heifer that's going to win, I think, is just enough more fresh in terms of her condition and sleek up through her front end. I think she's got the advantage of being laid in a little neater there in her shoulder, a little truer there in her top line and her loin, and the way her hip and tail head works. A very flexible female that can get out and go. Is there as much of her as our second place as far as just depth and shape to her rib or maybe as bone and foot size? Probably not. But I think her balance and her freshness in this particular class gives her the advantage. I do like this heifer in second, and she is stout made and really wide and massive when you get right on top of her. Big boned, heavy foot, heavy structured female here that really does a lot from that standpoint. It's a little rougher there in her top line, like to just settle her in there and just smooth her up, let her get out and go a little truer, but nice female there in her own right that sure can do a lot of things.
And your champion Hereford Senior Heifer Calf goes to entry number 168, RGR Janet 150J, owned by Ella Bain of Towanda, Illinois. Your reserve champion Hereford Senior Heifer Calf goes to entry number 175, BACC 629 Georgia K 165, owned by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California.
Division time over here on the Red Angus side, and folks, Reed made a comment to me, and I couldn't agree more. He said, you know, it might be this division might be tougher than anything we had to decide all day long. And there's a lot of truth to that, because there's some good cattle, good bulls in particular, obviously out here. And you know, we've got our two respective class winners here on the front end, or closest to me. And I encourage you folks to study your programs, your needs, and what you're trying to do, and utilize these cattle, because there's a lot of good here, a lot of good. The bull that wins this first class is a super, super long spine calf. I love the way he comes down his top line and out of his hip. He's so long and smooth from hooks to pins. He balances up. His proportions are really, really good. I probably like his center body just a nickel better, but on the downturn, I'd like to change him ever so slightly on the top side of his skeleton, right behind his blade or his shoulder, as he comes back into that full rib and his top line right behind his shoulder. And that calf's not as agile off his rear too as the calf right behind him. He's laid in just a nickel better in his shoulder. He's better just a little bit in his angles up front. And that's what makes this so challenging, because there's give and take between the two. And the dark red bull that wins that second class, Reed made the comment, he said, you know, that's one that you just want to go stand behind. That's one that just has that presence and that wow factor to him. That is one big hipped calf with a paw underneath of him. Now, you talk about a hip and a hind leg and sets down so good, as I just talked about. He's not as correct right up in through his shoulder, particularly his knee, and then down into his front toes or feet there. Once again, we're getting picky on two really, really good bulls here, and those respective seconds. And there's one in particular that's a darn good bull as well. But as it boils down here, there's two bulls here in front of us. There's some give and take, but I encourage you, as I said, you folks have your favorites. It's our job or evaluation, go pick the two that we like, and obviously we'll do so. But they deserve a round of applause. This is a very high quality set of bulls.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce your 2022 National Championship Collegiate Livestock Judging Team, the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Congratulations to the Cowboys. In your Red Angus Bull Show, your junior bull calf champion goes to entry number 138, Kip J301, Sharp Dressed Man, exhibited by Kip Wallace of Emerald, Wisconsin. Your reserve junior bull calf champion goes to entry number 136, TC Tucker 65J, owned by Ty Scott and Callie Bayer of Ringgold, Wisconsin.
Just another single entry here as we move into the next division in the Red Angus bulls. Very high performing, bold bodied kind of a bull that comes out here. He's long out of his hip, he's flexible out of his hind leg, Maybe just need to make him a shot more attractive and up through his front end and strengthen him right there behind his shoulders just a little bit. But that's a big-bodied bull who's long and flexible and high-performing as well. Congratulations.
Your Class 59 winner and also your champion fall bull calf in your Red Angus show goes to entry number 142, Shady's Hondo H104, exhibited by Shady Bottom Red Angus of Crossville, Tennessee.
As we get into the 2-year-old bulls here, one that gives you a really good look when you step off to the side of him. He's really stout out through his hip and down through his quarter. It has really good spread when you look at him on paper. Maybe a bull you just like to have a little more substance underneath all that extra mass and power up high. But that's still an attractive made, square built kind of a bull that's got a lot of muscle up high. Congratulations.
First call, Class 20 and 21 Hereford females. First call, Class 20 and 21 Hereford females.
Very high quality set of May yearling females here in this class, and I think a very strong pair of them up here on top, and they're very different as far as their type and kind goes, but the heifer that's going to win, a very neat female here from the side, big-bodied heifer that's really strong in her forerib and the shape to her lower body, back through her rear rib and flank, sure gives you a nice look down her top line and out of her hip. I think she's still fresh and neat up through her front end. Is she as long neck maybe as the one that's in second? You know, I don't know, but that thing balances up extremely well here from the side. Still plenty to her, a nice place to start. I like the length. I like the extension on this 1 and 2. Very, very neat up through her front end. A long-bodied female that has some power and some shape when you get right on top of her. Maybe not as big-barreled, maybe not quite as true in terms of her structure as our class winner, but a very nice female there in her own right. Big stout heifer here coming next, and I think she kind of falls in line in this particular class of just having some shape, having some power to her when you get right up on top of her. There's not the rib, not the volume of the two right ahead of her, but it's a nice looking female here from the side that's good in her top line and out of her hip. Very attractive, just needs more rib and volume to run with them two right up front. Kind of switch gears a little bit here with one that's a little more conventional in her size. She's extra stout when you get right on top of her. Let's change her in terms of her structure. Female, we need to get out and loosen up off both ends, let her relax in terms of her ankle ever so slightly, but still one that gives you a nice look here at the stand. Just need to free her up on the go. Heifer here now coming next, one with extra shape down her top and out of her hip. It's a little streamlined there in terms of her midrib, just like to soften her up there. I like her length. I like her extension. She comes out to us in good condition, just needs to be more body. I think square that one up in terms of her hip and pin placement as well. Young man's doing a nice job here with this female that's got extra power when you get right on top of her. A heifer that can sure give you a nice look. If we could free her up a little bit, I think this one could slide up a few notches because that's a nice heifer here. Done a good job presenting and showing that one out here today. Good heifer here coming next, one that's heavy boned and big footed. Need to free her up in terms of her structure, but I think she has the advantage over the one right behind her of being just a little nicer balanced here when we get her at the stand. good heifer, just free her up in terms of her structure. Good cow prospect here to close. Big body, big rib female here, a little plainer in terms of her overall look, but very excellent class of May females. Congratulations.
As we conclude things over here on the Red Angus side, you know, obviously not the numbers that we had in the female show here in the bull show, but the quality definitely, without question, has stayed true and been really, really good. You know, I'm going to keep my comments brief here. You know, obviously I want to thank the North American and the Red Angus Association for asking me, and then obviously Reed here to kind of be my counterpart, so to speak, and throw some things off of. Whenever you get asked to evaluate stock in Louisville and have the opportunity or pleasure to get on the green chips, it doesn't get any better. If that doesn't get your blood pumping, I'm not quite sure will. But folks, it's been a real pleasure, but more importantly, these exhibitors, these breeders, and these folks have kind of battled it and kept these cattle together and put them together to come out here in the show ring. They're the real winners, and congratulations to them. There's a couple pair or a couple bulls that we like quite well, and that falls pretty logically for us. We'll show you the two that we like. But once again, thank you for the opportunity. Congratulations to you Red Angus exhibitors and breeders.
And your grand champion Red Angus bull goes to entry number 138, Kip J301, Sharp Dressed Man, exhibited by Kip Wallace of Emerald, Wisconsin. Second call, class 20 and 21 Hereford females. Second call, class 20 and 21 Hereford females.
Fantastic summer yearling division here on the Hereford side, and two class winners and seconds that are extremely high quality. And you know, not the numbers we've had, but still the strength and the quality that you expect here on the green shavings in your Hereford show. And the pair of females out of the first class, I talked to them a second ago of just being complete polar opposite, but both are still extremely high quality. This first heifer here gives you a great look here from the side, and just super fresh about her chest and up through her front end. Her condition comes to us great. That's one that's very neat in terms of her top line and out of her hip, and I think she's flexible in terms of her movement. You know, is there as much of her as the pair of cattle that come out of the next class? You know, probably not, but that's a good female, though, that I think is fresh in her condition, still got days to come and some show road ahead of her. That was a very good class and a very good pair here out of the next class of cattle, and two of them that are extremely good. And this one that wins this class is dense. She's bold. She's big ribbed. That's a nice bone, nice footed one here that can get out and cover some ground. Yet you get up on top of her and you really still appreciate the look and balance she gives you. Very, very good place to start in that class. And the second was extremely good as well. A long-bodied female that's really extended up front. Sure gives you a nice look here from the side as well. Help me congratulate the two out of the final class in this division, and they'll be your champion reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion Red Angus bull goes to entry number 136, T.C. Tucker, 65J, owned and exhibited by Ty Scott and Callie Bear of Ringgold, Wisconsin. In the Red Angus Arena, we'd also like to recognize your premier breeder and premier exhibitor goes to TC Reds of Ringgold, Wisconsin. First call, class 2, 3 and 4, belted Galloways. First call, class 2, 3 and 4, belted Galloway females. Red Angus contestants for Produce of Dam, Senior Get Up Sire, and Junior Get Up Sire to the makeup arena. Third and final call, Class 20 and 21, Hereford females. Third and final call, Class 20 and 21, Hereford females. Second call, Class 2, 3 and 4, belted Galloway females. Second call, Class 2, 3 and 4, belted Galloway females. Third and final call, Class 2, 3, and 4, belted Galloways. Third and final call, Class 2, 3, and 4, belted Galloway females. First call, Class 22, Hereford females. First call, Class 22, Hereford females.
Sorry, we're going to stay in line. Sorry. What a class of females, and I think I said earlier in a division, it doesn't matter what color you make these, they are just good livestock, and this doesn't get your blood pumping and heart racing and want to be a part of the cattle industry. I don't know what does, because this whole class is extremely good. And I kind of left them out here, and this would, in a scenario, you got two moderate ones and two that are obviously bigger and heavier, and so to me, it's kind of irrelevant the size of these things out here right now. The good ones sort, and so to break them down for you, though, I think the heifer that wins is just super high quality. I mean, that one is just ultra complete, fresh in terms of her condition out here. She gives you a great look down her top and out of her hip. She has the advantage over the ones right behind her of being neat in terms of her shoulder, her forerib placement, and just the turn and shape to her underline. I think this heifer is sound in terms of the way she gets out and goes and covers her track. She's set back in her shoulder and her knee. That's the advantage she has over the one right behind her as well. Very, very good place to start. Nice stout female there to win. Interesting one here coming next, and I can really get wound up on this one in certain areas because that is a big, big stout power female. You want bone and foot and mass and power in one. This one sure has it all. That is as big a hipped and big a legged one as you'll see. Now for me, she's wanting to open up in her shoulder. It's a little washy there in her forerib, and I'd like to just change her in terms of her structure, just let her loosen up there and be just a little more comfortable as she goes. But that's a very, very good heifer here to be second in this class. Switch gears to these two more moderate females, and they're both extremely good as well. I like this heifer a great deal here in third. Big-bodied, functional female here that gives you a really nice look from the side. Get right on top of her. I don't know if there's near as much animal as far as just sheer width and power as the two right ahead of her. That's a good one. We could lengthen her out, stretch her out a bit. I think that would probably help her too, but a very good heifer. I think this one in fourth is neat as well, and from a presentation standpoint and how fresh she is in terms of her condition, very good heifer. Neat up through her front end. I think her feet and legs are extremely good. Study this one, don't know that there's as much body shape and forerib and rear rib and flank as compared to them three right ahead of her. I think that with some time and maturity, that one can sure be a player in this particular class. Feet and legs are extremely good, gives you a great look here from the side. Good effort coming next, wide built, massive one here that's got a lot of shape and dimension down her top and out of her hip. A little plainer up through her shoulder and her front end, maybe a little heavier in terms of her condition compared to the ones right ahead of her, but very good heifer that's going to make an excellent brood cow there in her own right. Switch this pair here. I like how functional and big-bodied and type and kind this female is here, the little extra white on her. A little rougher there in her top line and her tail head, maybe not as smooth down her top, maybe not as attractive and feminine up through her front end as some ahead of her, but still a good functional female with a lot of rib cage and volume. Stouter one coming next, though, and you appreciate just the width and dimension this one has. Maybe not as good in terms of her center shape, maybe not as attractive as well as some right ahead of her, but good female there. I think is going to make an excellent cow. Running into three high-quality ones here that are going to close this class that all have shape, all have dimension to them. Maybe could be freed up in terms of their structure, maybe just have a little nicer look here from the side. But what a class at April Females. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
First call, Class 7 and 8, belted Galloways. First call, Class 7 and 8, belted Galloway females. Your Hereford Class 17 results: in first place, entry number 209, Purple Levita 100J, owned by Sarah Rose Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. In second place, entry number 211, HL Boy Jawanda 092J, owned and exhibited by Blakely and Stetson Story of Stockton, Illinois. In third place, entry number 208, Emma, Daniel, and Morgan Richardson of Caperin, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 212, Delaney Chester. Fifth place, entry number 213, Catherine Coleman. Sixth place, entry number 216, Scott and Garrett Hickey. In seventh place, entry number 218, Harper Rose Starnes. And in eighth place, entry number 217, Caitlin Keith. Your champion intermediate yearling Hereford female goes to entry number 209, Purple Levita 100J, owned by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve champion intermediate yearling female goes to entry number 211, HL Boy Jawanda 92J, owned by Blakely and Stetson Story of Stockton, Illinois. Your Class 18 results: in first place, entry number 228, FTZS Loretta 101J, owned by Lane and Logan Cady of New Windsor, Maryland. In second place, entry number 225, Bright Miss Lillian 2126, owned by Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. In third place, entry number 231, owned by Sage Lawrence. In fourth place, entry number 230, Breyer and Sutton Swecker. In fifth place, entry number 227, Lauren and Ashlyn Moole. In sixth place, entry number 229, Molly Biggs. In seventh place, entry number 220, Martina Alley. In eighth place, entry number 221, Abigail Billing. In ninth place, entry number 224, Isabella Hewitt. And in 10th place, entry number 232, Sydney and Bristol Cherry. Well, we'd like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 North American Belted Galloway Show. Your first class, class number 2, is entering the ring. At this time, we'd like to introduce our judge, Mr. Tim Fitzgerald, manager of Faree Fitzgerald of Sullivan, Indiana. Tim was raised on a 17,000-acre ranch in western Nebraska with a cow herd consisting of 500 registered Angus cows. He graduated from Oklahoma State University with an animal science degree and a minor in business. During his time at OSU, he was a member of the National Championship Livestock Judging Team, the World Champion Quarter Horse Judging Team, and the Meats Judging Team. After college, Tim accepted a position at Whitestone Farm in Aldie, Virginia, and specialized in show and sale cattle for 10 years. He then took a manager's position for a short term of 4 years in West Virginia at Foxcross Farm before landing a general management job outside Philadelphia at Cherry Knoll Farm. April of 2020, Tim embarked on a new venture in Sullivan, Indiana, starting Furry Fitzgerald, a registered Angus and Simmental herd focusing on raising show heifers. Tim has had the honor of judging many national shows from coast to coast, including the National Western, North American, American Royal, Atlantic National, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, and numerous stock shows around the country. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tim Fitzgerald of Sullivan, Indiana.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. What a pleasure being here judging your belted Galloway shows this afternoon. Really a nice baby to start off your show with. Just a single entry. Here's a June heifer calf, folks. And I think when you look at this one, just in terms of soundness and feet and legs and structure, I think is really, really nice. Design and makeup is really nice. She has some body. She has some fleshing ability. You like the design about her front end, shoulder, top, and hip. Young Man does a nice job. Really nice heifer to start your show off with.
Third and final call, Class 7 and 8 belted Galloways. Third and final call, Class 7 and Class 8 belted Galloway females. First call, Class 22, Hereford females. First call, Class 22, Hereford females. Your Class 2 belted Galloway results in first place. Entry number 1, Rai Family Belties Kiwi, owned by Carla and Sean Denton.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, I'll tell you what, it's only the second class, but I think the heifer calf we're going to start with is pretty special, folks. And when you look at one like this, any breed, any color, I think they're pretty nice. Here's a heifer that's not only just sound and just good structured on both ends, and the angles are really, really nice, but you know, she has that certain extra quality and balance from her point of her nose back and her shoulder and her top and her hip and her hind leg. You get off alongside her and evaluate her, and boy, is she nice in that forerib and nice in that flank. Young lady does a nice job. Really a high-quality heifer to start off the class. I think the next two heifers are pretty contrasting in type. The heifer second, I think she closely follows the heifer in first, just in terms of length and top and hip and hind leg. I think ideally you might just soften her down just a touch and maybe widen her out when you get behind her. But here's a heifer that has some length this side and some length in design in her top and extension out that front end that excels over the heifer in third. The heifer in third from the ground up in terms of substance in her feet, substance in her bone structure and her top and hip, you really like, ideally you just like to change the structure and loosen her up in her hip, just see her move with a little more flexibility around the ring. You like the quality, you like the balance of her, you just like to change her hip and hind leg just a touch. Nice class of belted Galloways.
Really fun class of March females over here. A lot of give and take, I think, within this particular class. But, you know, I got these pair up here, and I think they're both extremely high quality, obviously different as far as their type and kind goes. There's enough more of this one that wins for me to go ahead and sort her. This is a stout female when you get right on top of her as far as just shape and dimension and body cavity goes. Heavy boned and big footed female. You know, is she the sleekest up through her head and neck as some we've seen? Maybe not, but there's power there. I think her structure's good. Bold made, well-built female there to win the class. I like this one in second. And she kept growing on me the longer she was out here. I think her structure's good. Rib cage is really good. Really fresh in her condition and up through her front end. There could be more of her for me as far as just making her a little stouter down her top and out of her hip. I'd like to just make her a little heavier boned and bigger footed with that, but good heifer there in her own right. Real fresh in terms of her condition. Excellent in terms of her structure. The dark red heifer here coming next. This young lady can get her parked and, man, can give you just a great look. Real neat up through her front end. Good down her top and out of her hip, has some body shape and dimension to her. Switch that pair there just, I think, on structure and just quality there when they get out on the go. This one will get just a little awkward at times and could just flex and use her hind leg just a little truer, but a really, really nice heifer there in her own right. Big stout one coming next. Worlds of mass and power in this dark red female here. Really, really opened up in terms of her rib cage, and she's super dimensional. Getting a little heavier condition up through her shoulder and her chest and her front end, pushing a little extra there. Just need to make her go just a little easier off both ends as compared to them cattle right up front, but good female there in her own right. Kind of switch gears here. One that's leaner and fresher and really nice in terms of her top line. Not enough of her in terms of her center body. I think, too, we could change her the way she goes out of her hip and hind leg, square her up there at the ground, and just let everything handle a little nicer. But good female there in her own right. Really a broody made, big-bodied female here that's really dense in terms of her makeup. Need to just let her get out and go and take a longer step. I think just fix her there in her top line and her tail head ever so slightly as well, but really wide-built and massive heifer there, too. Stout one coming next. It's a little rougher there in terms of her makeup up front, but a good heifer as far as bone work and body shape goes. Could make her a little more attractive there from this side. Got three really nice ones here to close this particular class. Heifers with length, heifers with extension to them. Maybe just need to go a little better off both ends. Could just true them up in terms of their structure.
First call, class 12 and 16, belted Galloways. First call, class 12 and 16, belted Galloway females. Results from class number 3. In first place, entry number 5, Sunnybrook Rita, owned by Lane Moyett. In second place, entry number 6, Gypsies Kaylee, owned by Carla and Sean Denton. In third place, entry number 3, Ashley Lohman. Second call, class 22, Hereford females. Second call, class 22, Hereford females.
Again, in your Belted Galloway show, folks, just really a nice trio of heifer calves out here. Heifer we're going to start with just in terms of body mass and shape and width and dimension. I think she excels over this trio pretty handily. Here's a heifer, you just love the depth in her forerib, but she carries that depth back in her flank. She's sound and functional. She's good on her feet and legs. She shows me a little more width and dimension on the move than the next two behind her. Here's a heifer that you like the angulation in her shoulder. You like that extension out her front 1/3 as well. I think the heifer in second closely follows her in terms of design and top and hip and hind leg. She's extended out that hip and hind leg. She's sound and she's functional. Compared to the heifer in first, you just might be soften her up and widen her up just a hair when you get behind her. The next heifer the young lady has, again, sound and functional, really nice on her feet and legs. Here's a heifer that has some dimension when you get behind her. She gets just a nickel planer in that shoulder, planer in that front end. Just had a little quality, nice trio of females.
Excellent division over here in our Hereford ring, and just 4 extremely good females, and those classes were so good and so deep, and this is fun. This is a load of fun for me out here to get to evaluate big, heavy breds that are this high quality. And I kind of say it in every division, and it holds true. For me, there's some different shapes and sizes and kinds out here, but that's okay, though, because each breeder and each individual out here maybe likes a different one or the way they like them. To me, I'm trying to find, the happy medium between it all, and so they're very, very high-quality cattle out here. They read a little different on paper in some areas, but they're all very, very acceptable. So Heifer wins the first class. Extremely fresh, extremely neat out here from a silhouette standpoint. Sure is very attractive. Top line, hip, and how her tailhead lays in her bodies, everything is very neat there. Like the way her shoulder is hooked into her body cavity, and she had that advantage in that class as being so much more attractive in her shoulder and her forerib up front. Still ties high out the top side of her shoulder up into her front end. I think her structure is very, very, very good out here. She's a little neater up front than the one that wins the second class, and so that's where the debate lies out here as far as just stoutness versus one that's a little neater. So I like her in terms of her underline, her forerib back to her rear and flank, a little nicer than the one that wins the second class, but very, very good heifer to win that class. This one's extra powerful here that wins the class 2. Really a lot of shape when you get on top of her. Bold sprung, wide built, massive one here that's really truly opened up in her rib cage. She's powerful from behind, lots of bone and foot underneath those. And she is neat in terms of her underline and her chest and all the way up through her front end is the one that wins the first class. No, but I think you still have to appreciate all the power and shape and dimension that one has and still gets out and goes extremely well. So for me, I think there is a pair of them. They are extremely different as far as their type and kind goes. But let's congratulate these exhibitors out here. The young man out of the first class is going to be your champion. The young man out of the second will be your reserve. Congratulations.
In your first division out here of your Belted Galloway show, folks, a really nice trio of class winners and a pair of nice seconds out here. I think when you look at this group as a whole, sound and functional, really good on their feet and legs. I think cattle with a nice look to them, a nice balance to them. You look at this breed and they have a little extra body and fleshing ability. I think when you look at this trio out here, you see a little extra quality and balance about their head and necks, tops and hips. Folks, if you would, let's give the exhibitors a nice round of applause. We'll pick your 2 calf champions out of this division.
And your champion junior heifer calf and your Belted Galloway show goes to entry number 5, Sunnybrook Rita, owned by Lane Molliet. And your reserve champion junior heifer calf at your belted Galloway show goes to entry number 8, Casa Cattle Princess Peach, owned by Casa Cattle Company. Your champion spring yearling female in your Hereford show goes to entry number 228, FTZS Loretta 101J, owned by Lane and Logan Cady of New Windsor, Maryland. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 250, Purple Geraldine 34J, owned by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. This is your third and final call, Class 22 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 22 Hereford female. Second call, Class 12 and 16, Belted Galloways. Second call, Class 12 and 16, Belted Galloways.
In your Galloway side, folks, really a nice trio of females out here in this class. Really a nice heifer we're going to start with, just in terms of overall body mass and soundness and structure and smoothness of design. You know, she's really nice in that front 1/3, and that angle of her shoulder sits in really nice. Underneath her spine, you like the length of top and length of hip. She's sound and nice structured, has some width and dimension to her base as well. Young lady's doing a nice job with the heifer we're going to start in first. The heifer in second's a close thing to her in terms of body mass and body shape. You like the broodiness, you like the cowiness appearance to her, you know, compared to the ideal or the heifer in front. You might stouten up that hip and that hind leg just a nickel, but at the same time, she's sound and good structured on her front end, shows some quality and some femininity from the point of that shoulder forward, just like to change them back wheels just a touch. The heifer in third. Here's a heifer that's designed really nice from the center rib forward. You like the femininity, the angulation off both ends. Compared to the top two, you just like to add a little more performance, stouten her up, but a nice trio of females in your belted Galloway show.
Very good class of February heifers here on the Hereford side, and I think the one that wins, very athletic, very sound in terms of her type and kind. Excuse me. Really fresh and unique up through her front end, and excuse me, sorry about that. Very good heifer here to win this class, though. Extremely fresh, extremely sound in terms of her build, really neat up through her front end. Is there the power and body shape that they're one in second? No, but I think that one wins from a freshness, a look, and a quality standpoint. High quality heifer here to start. Good heifer here in second, gives you a great look at the stand. Big body, dense female. Maybe a little extra condition out here as compared to our class winner. Just need to get out and go a little easier off both ends as compared to that one, but good heifer here in her own right. Got another good heifer here coming next. If we could loosen this one up off both ends, I think this female becomes extremely competitive. Strong in her top line, level out of her hip, nice in terms of her rib cage. Just needs to get out and go off both ends just a little easier for me. Good pair of heifers here that are going to close this class. I think they're functional in their kind. They've got some rib and volume. Need a little more look and balance and strength and quality here from the side.
Single entry in your belted Galloway side, folks. Here's a heifer that's designed nice, a heifer that has a little extra body, a little extra mass, a little extra shape to her for her design, for her size, a heifer that's smooth in her top, beautiful out her hip and her hind leg. You know, if you could change her just a little bit, I think you change the angulation maybe off the front end. She gets maybe a nickel straighter shouldered. You just like to change that, and I think that'll loosen up her hip just a touch. But a heifer that has that broodiness, that cowiness look for her, young lady's doing a nice job. Just a nice single entry.
First call on champion and reserve champion Hereford females. First call on champion and reserve champion Hereford females to the makeup arena. Third and final call, class 12 and 16 belted Galloways. Third and final call, class 12 and 16 belted Galloways. First call, class 17, 20, and 21 females. First call, class 17, 20, and 21 belted Galloway females.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, here's a division of fall heifer calves out here. Just a trio of really nice, sound, nice moving cattle on this side. Here's the two heifers that won their class. The design is really nice. The quality is very high. Angulation is really nice, how they set them feet down, and they have some with the base and some with the design. The heifer that was second in this division as well has some performance, has some style, has some cowiness and broodiness and design. Really a nice feeding animal, folks. If you would, let's give these trio of females a really nice round of applause. We'll pick your two champions out of this division.
Very high quality pair of January females over here, and a pretty dominant class winner. This is a good heifer here that wins this class. Just huge in terms of her body cavity and forerib all the way back to her rear rib and flank. Very impressive. As you get on top of her, it's just being stout and opened up. I think her structure here out here in this ring is certainly very, very high quality. The way she gets out of her front end and uses her hip and hind leg extremely well. Really nice place to start here in this class. Young man's got a good heifer here next. Broody, cowy female. Maybe not the look and quality and balance from the side as our class winner. I think she's sound and functional. Good heifer here in her own right. Congratulations.
Second call, class 17, 20, and 21, belted Galloway females. Second call, class 17, 20, and 21. Second call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford females. Second call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford females to the makeup arena. Your Class 20 results from your female Hereford show. In first place, entry number 263, WR 2296, Katniss 2J, owned by Nicholas Tolerance of Media, Illinois. In second place, entry number 259, SLC 55C, Kelly 5J, owned by Corey Stumpf of Columbia, Illinois. In third place, entry number 254, Venture Show Cattle. In fourth place, entry number 255, Adeline Sorgan. And in fifth place, entry number 257, Jacob Bowen. Your Class 21 results. In first place, entry number 273, GKB 2296, Elvira 497E, owned by Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 268, Showtime Queen of Hearts 106, owned by Jacob Weichert of Fort Jennings, Ohio.
Outstanding division here, January, February females, and not near the numbers, and you expect that as we get up here into these older ages because it's so challenging to keep these bigger ones looking this good and this fresh, and so that's to commend the exhibitors out here for bringing such high quality ones here that are still extremely sound and functional in their type and kind. And so within this pair of class winners, the one that wins the first class, really, really fresh, heifer that you really appreciate for being so neat and attractive up through her front end. A good length in terms of her body. I think female you got to like in terms of her feet and legs extremely well. Compare the one right behind her. There's not as much rib cage, there's not as much volume, there's not as much stoutness, but still a very high quality female there in her own right. One that wins the second class here is just massive in terms of her center body. Forerib, back through her rear rib and flank is so true. She's got a nice sweep, but yet she's opened up and stout there in that area. It's a heavy bone, big-footed female that I think gets out and goes extremely well. You know, to compare the one right in front of her. Not as neat up there at the top of her neck, not as neat there in her throat latch, but I think there's enough mass and power in that one to carry her a long way. So help me congratulate these exhibitors. Young lady out of the second class will be your champion. Young man out of the first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, just really nice pair of summer yearling heifer calves out here, yearling heifers out here. A little contrasting in type and design, but a really nice pair of females out here. The heifer we're going to start with, folks, the black and white heifer, is just simply sounder. She's just a little looser in her structure. She takes a big, long, easy stride. She has a little more flexibility off both ends. You know, the angle of her shoulder just a little nicer. The angle of that hip is a little more correct. But where she excels is she's just a little looser in that structure and takes a longer stride on the move. You like the quality, you like the balance, you like the femininity she has from the point of her shoulder forward. Ideally, you might stouten her up compared to the heifer behind her just a nickel, but at the same time, folks, she's just a little looser designed in her top and her hip and her hind leg. On the stand, the cream-colored heifer, this is how she excels, just in terms of cow power and stoutness and width of base and dimension of muscle. She's really wide base when you get behind her, and that muscle she has in her lower quarter and stifle. You like the design of this female. Where you'd like to change her, she gets a little more restricted off that hip. She gets a little shorter strided. You definitely like to loosen her up from the top down. From the stand, she excels. You just like to loosen her structure. Nice pair of females in this class.
Results of Class 7 of your belted Galloway show. In first place, entry number 12, Casa Cattle Once Upon a Time, owned by Ashton Karen. In second place, entry number 10, Oatley's Farm Winter is Here, owned by Olivia Oatley. In third place, entry number 11, Charlotte Albaugh. Your Class 8 results. In first place, entry number 14, Highland Oats Jitterbug, owned by Jennifer Lohman. Your champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 12, Casa Cattle Once Upon a Time, owned by Ashton Karen. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 10, Oatley's Farm Winter is Here, owned by Olivia Oatley. Your champion junior yearling Hereford female goes to entry number 273, GKB 2296 Elvira 49070, owned by Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 263, WR 2296 Katniss 2J, owned by Nicholas Torrance of Media, Illinois. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion Herefords to the makeup arena. Third and final call, all champion and reserve champion Hereford females to the makeup arena.
good class of our senior yearling females here, and this will be our division. And two pairs up here on top that just kind of works out that way, but they're both extremely good. And I think within the pair, the young lady's heifer here that wins is very high quality, extremely fresh and sleek up through her front end. Very, very good in terms of her structure and her balance. She's got the advantage over the one right behind her, being a little bolder in terms of her center body. I think she handles her feet and legs just a little nicer. You could shorten her up and space her teats out just a little more ideally, but that's a very, very good cow here to win this particular class. Good one coming next. Maybe a little stouter when you get right on top of her than our class winner, just as far as shape and dimension out of her hip, but maybe not just the body shape and dimension or near sleek up through her front end. Weaker in terms of her structure ever so slightly, but doing a very good job here raising this little heifer calf. Another good one here coming next. Big stout one here coming out. Powerful, wide-made, massive kind of a female. So a little plainer up through her front end, maybe not just the look and design of the ones up front. I think with that too, probably could make her a little farther along here in terms of her gestation, but a good heifer there in her own right. Had a good pair of them here to close, and both of them are stout and they're functional and they're type and kind. A little rougher in terms of their top line, maybe not just the look and balance from the side, but very good females. Congratulations to those exhibitors here in our senior yearling division.
Your Class 22 results of your senior yearling Hereford females and also your champion goes to entry number 280, SFCC TRM Lady Endure 254, owned by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Your reserve champion and second place in class goes to entry number 347 BPSPEF 88X Henrietta 45H, owned by Bailey and Shelby Pearl of DuQuoin, Illinois. In third place, entry number 285, Bristol and Sydney Cherry. In fourth place, entry number 281, Sedona, Madison, and Salem Seifert. And in fifth place, entry number 279, Salem and Sedona Sifford.
Really nice class of females on your belted Galloway side, folks. Little give and take in this top end. I think these top two heifers are really, really close. They're a little different in design and type, but really, really close. The heifer we're going to start with, folks, is just simply a little fresher design from the point of that shoulder forward. She's a little nicer out her neck. She shows to me a little more femininity. When you look at this heifer from the side, she's designed beautiful in that top and beautiful in that hip. She has some rib shape. She has some flank shape as well. You know, she's really square and true in that hip and hind leg as well. You know, ideally compared to the heifer in second or ideal, you can maybe stouten her up when you get behind her and just blow her apart just a touch and see her move with a little more width of base. But in terms of freshness and femininity and the way she's made, that's where she excels over the heifer in second. The heifer in second, just in terms of sheer width of base and cowiness and broodiness and design from that shoulder back, you like the power she has. You like that depth in that rib. You like that depth in that flank. She's sound and functional on her feet and legs. She gets a little plainer. She gets a little heavier condition in that front 1/3. You just like to pretty her up in that neck and head just a little bit to switch these two. A heifer that's really nice from the ground up. The next pair of heifers, I think it's relatively close. The heifer in third's just a little higher quality female. She's a little nicer design in her top and her hip and her hind leg. Sound and functional, really nice on her feet and legs. Just in terms of sheer quality and balance, you like the way this one's made. In terms of productivity and performance, you could stouten this one up just a little bit, deepen her down just a hair, add a little softness to her rib shape and that flank shape. You like the design and the freshness. The heifer in fourth stand, folks, is sound and functional and really nice on her feet and legs. She takes an easy stride. She likes the flexibility and movement off both ends in her shoulder and her hip and her hind leg. She has some length of design as well. She just gets a little plainer compared to the top few. She gets a little tighter designed as well. You just like to soften her up. Nice class of females in your belted Galloway show.
Now exhibiting in the Hereford ring is a selection of your grand champion Hereford female. Competing for the title, we have entry number 15, exhibited by Purple Rain Cat. Entry number 168, Ella Bain of Towanda, Illinois. Entry number 209, Sarah Rose Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Entry number 228, Lane and Logan Cady of New Windsor, Maryland. Entry number 273, Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Entry number 280, Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Third and final call, Class 20 and 21, belted Galloway females. Your Class 12 results of your belted Galloway females show. In first place, entry number 18, Highland Oats Jolene, owned by Ashley Lohman. In second place, entry number 17, Border View Fleetwood Stevie Nicks, owned by Lexi Zepp.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, really a nice duo of heifers out here in this class. Exceptional heifer we're going to start off with, just in terms of cowiness and broodiness. And you like the structure and build of this female. You like the angulations off both ends. You know, she's relatively fresh off both ends as well. She shows some smoothness to that shoulder and some design and femininity out that front 1/3. You like the cowiness and smoothness and the depth of her forerib, which carries back in that flank. Young lady's doing a nice job with the heifer we're going to start off with. Heifer in second, folks, sound and functional and very fresh in her makeup. You know, you just like to put a little more performance and weight per day of age in this one, but a heifer that's designed really nice. Her points are all square. You like the way she moves, just like to see a little more performance.
Your Class 16 belted Galloway female results. In first place, entry number 25, Sunnybrook Rebel, owned by Lane Moyet. In second place, entry number 26, AJC Livin' the Dream, owned by Ashton Karen. In third place, entry number 19, Sophia Romani. And in fourth place, entry number 24, Kathleen and Michael Wagner.
Wow. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, no doubt about it, absolutely incredible. This lineup of females is honestly can make you speechless, even though I'm still standing out here talking, but they are extremely, extremely good. I am so humbled just to have the opportunity for this privilege to come out here and sort through these Hereford females today. Definitely got to thank a lot of people. My wife, Natalie's sitting right up here. Love you to death, honey. Thanks for all that you do. My mom and dad are sitting up here as well, and my two boys are running around here somewhere, and if you know anything about us, I'm sure they're jumping off something or trying to go to the hospital yet today. So, but we hopefully that doesn't happen, though. So definitely got to thank my brother-in-law, Curtis Klingeman, in the back for taking care of everything that we do on a daily basis, because this is what we do. I'm so passionate about this show cattle industry. Wake up every morning trying to raise better ones and get better, and so I've been very blessed to be surrounded by a lot of extremely good people, and so it's very humbling to stand out here amongst a lot of peers and get to evaluate your stock, and so it is a neat situation. We just 10 days ago now had our production sale, and then we moved right into Louisville, and so I understand this time of year how exhausting it is and everyone trying to get ready for this show, but please, I definitely want to tell you it is worth every second of it to get down here, to get one back out here in the green chips. And so this is my favorite show. I'm 38, but this is my 39th Louisville in a row. My mom brought me as just a little baby, and so I will not miss the North American because it is absolutely no question when you walk down that ramp, it gives you chills, and you hear the organ playing, and it's just something about Louisville that makes you want to show livestock. And so thank you so much for having me. There is no better place in the world than showing livestock for in a junior setting or even an open show setting. But thank you so much. These cattle are incredible. You could go so many different ways. If you wanted to start down here with these calves, I couldn't argue with you. Now, I'm a big believer in if there's good big ones out here, you got to keep running with those because I know how hard it is to make them look good when they're big bred. So, but very, very good calves, and they're going to do a lot of winning, I can guarantee you that. And so we get down here to these big ones, and there's some decisions to be made. And depending on where you want to put your priorities, or maybe based on the paper, you could do a lot of different things. But thank you so much again. Big round of applause one time for our champions out here. Congratulations. I'll get you a grand in reserve.
And your grand champion Hereford female goes to entry number 228, FTZS Loretta 101J, owned by Lane and Logan Katie of New Windsor, Maryland. And your reserve grand champion Hereford female goes to entry number 273, GKB 2296 Elvira 49070, owned by Madeline Norville of Tuttle, Oklahoma.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, tremendous set of junior yearling females out here. I think these two class winners and seconds out here, when you look at these cattle, are just so sound and nice structured and functional cattle. And I think when you take them home and turn them out and introduce them to the real world, I think they're going to stay what they look like in this ring, just sound and functional cattle with some body and some belly and some shape. They have some femininity for females. They're smooth design. They're beautiful in their tops and their hips and their hind leg. Beautiful structured cattle on the ground as well. Folks, let's give the exhibitors out here a nice round of applause. We'll pick your two champions out of this division.
First call, Class 23, 24, and 25, Hereford Bulls to the Makeup Arena. First call, Class 23, 24, and 25, Hereford Bulls to the Makeup Arena. First call, all champion and reserve champion belted Galloway females. First call, all champion and reserve champion belted Galloway females to the makeup arena.
Single entry heifer in your belted Galloway show. Here's a heifer that's designed really nice. High quality. You love the front end. You love the femininity in the shoulder and the top and the hip as well. Very good on her feet and legs. Loose made, loose structured. Ideally, just like to see a little more body, a little more performance in this young lady, but designed really, really nice. Nice individual entry.
Second call, class 24 and 25 Hereford Bulls. Second call, class 24 and 25 Hereford Bulls.
Nice trio of senior yearlings, folks, in your belted Galloway show. A little give and take in this trio of heifers, all sound and functional and nice on their feet and legs. The brown and white heifer we're going to start with, folks, just a little stouter design. She's a little wider base. She shows me a little more dimension from her shoulder back. A heifer that has some width of base, some width of design, sound and functional on her feet and legs. She's nice out that shoulder as well. Just really a nice place to start in this class. I think the heifer in second's a close to her in terms of width and dimension and rib shape and muscle shape as well. You like the design in her shoulder. I think honestly you could maybe loosen her hip up just a touch, loosen her design up in her top, but a heifer that has some performance, some power. Really a high quality heifer standing in third, folks. Here's a heifer that's really nice out that front end. She shows worlds of femininity. You get behind her, you just like to stouten up, widen her up just a touch, add a little more shape, but a nice trio of senior yearlings. Really nice division of senior yearlings out here, folks. Designed really, really nice. They have some quality. They have some balance about them. Here's a trio of females out here that are really nice on their feet and legs. They have some productivity and some weight per day of age. They got some rib shape. They got some body shape. Nice group of females out here, folks. If you would, let's give them a nice round of applause and we'll pick your two champions out of this division.
Third and final call, Class 24 and 25 Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, Class 24 and 25 Hereford Bulls. Results from Class 21 of your belted Galloway show. In first place, entry number 31, Riversmith Jasmine, owned by Abigail Eileen Gant. In second place, entry number 30, owned by Olivia Graham. And in third place, entry number 34, Tommy McGuire. Hereford bull entry number 294 and 296 to the scales immediately. Hereford bull entry numbers 294 and 296 to the scales immediately. This is your first call, Class 26 and 27 Hereford bulls. First call, Class 26 and 27 Hereford bulls.
What a tremendous way here to kick off our bull show. Good pair of May calves out here, and kind of a dominant class winner out here. The Horn Bull, extra stout, extra powerful, lots of shape and dimension you get right on top of him. Yet I still think he gives you a very, very good look here from the side. Nice in terms of his structure. Good place to start in this class. Hex Bull's very good as well and gives you a really, really nice silhouette here. He's neat up through his front end and strong down his top and level out of his hip. Maybe not as coordinated on his rear too, and just not the sheer mass and power of the one that wins, but a good calf here to come in second.
Well, folks, on your belted Galloway side, tremendous set of females, and you know, as as breeds that show this week, we haven't maybe had the large amount of numbers out here, but I think when you analyze this group of cattle as a breed, you definitely see the quality. I think design-wise, they're really, really nice. They have that extra body and mass and shape to them, but at the same time, in terms of quality and balance, I think they're designed really well. Sound and functional, really good on their feet and legs. This is just a really, really high-quality set of females. I'd like to give a quick thank you to the North American for asking me to do this, the Belted Galloway Association. This is, as Tyler said earlier in his speech, this is a kind of a special place to show, and I think I've hauled cattle here for 30 years. My family's been here for 40 years, and it's a special design to show and present cattle, but even judge cattle, and the memories we remember. And just happened to be Tyler was on the side of, he's judging the Herefords today, and boy, they got him a great young man to judge. But years ago, I was watching the Key Show, and I think Tyler might have been 12 or 13, and I hope his parents are there listening. He came in with a heifer that was pretty fast and pretty rank, and she started spinning him, and he kept holding on, and everybody wanted him to let go. Well, you see them rides with them swings on him, just swinging around, and well, that's what his feet look like. And he finally let go, and he fell in the shavings and just rolled. But he got up and he didn't even dust himself off, and I think he grabbed the heifer and he won his class. So it's kind of a nice story with Tyler alongside. He's one of the great young minds in the cattle industry, and he'll be judging for a long, long time. And I know his parents are very, very proud of him. But folks, when we come to this facility and we show breeds, it's a special event, it's a special show. Even as in the Belted Galloway breed, folks, beautiful lineup of heifers out here, folks. You ought to be very proud and pleased to be out in this lineup and to exhibit cattle at such a great place. Folks, if you would, let's give the exhibitors a really great round of applause. We'll pick your champion and reserve heifer.
Very good pair of April bull calves over here on this side. And the horn bull, same kind of with the last class. This is a stouter version here up front, one that's got a little extra shape when you get right on top of him. Bull gives you a really, really nice look here from the side. Attractive up through his front end, balances up from there back. I think there's just enough more of him from just muscle and shape and a stoutness standpoint to go ahead and win this class. Polled bull is very good. A bull that's really, really neat in terms of his structure. I think his hip and hind leg goes very good. He's a big-bodied kind of a bull that still is attractive here from this side. It's not the shape and density as our class winner, but a good calf here to come in second.
Second call, Class 26 and 27 Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 26 and 27 Hereford Bulls. In your grand champion belted Galloway heifer goes to entry number 5, Sunnybrook Rita, owned by Lane Mollett. And your reserve grand champion belted Galloway female goes to entry number 21, Oatley's Farm Pervanti, owned by Olivia Oatley. Congratulations. All belted Galloway bulls to the makeup arena. All belted Galloway bulls to the makeup arena. First call, Class 28 and 29 Hereford Bulls. First call, Class 28 and 29 Hereford Bulls. Second call, all belted Galloway Bulls to the makeup arena. Second call, all belted Galloway Bulls to the makeup arena.
So really good class of these March bull calves here, and 4 high quality ones. And I think within the 4, the pair up here on top become extremely good. Both of them are highly presented bull calves that are super fresh and neat to look at. The bull that's going to win, I think, is just a little neater from hooks to pins. I think he uses hip and hind leg just a little truer when you set him out on a go. I like this bull in his forerib and the shape to his body and back through his rear rib and flank, so it gives you a really, really neat look up front. Nice calf here to start this particular class. Good calf in second, too. He's got shape, he's got muscle, he's got some power. He's not as square out of his hip, maybe not quite as just true in the way he uses his hind leg. That's a very good bull, though. That sure gives you a nice look here from the side. He's got a lot of muscle and body shape to him. Good animal there in second. Really, really powerful one here in third. Extra muscular, big bone, stout-featured kind of a bull calf. Could maybe just smooth him up a little bit here from the side, make him a little more attractive there in terms of his shoulder and up through his front end, but balance him up a little nicer. But muscle and shape and power kind of gets him over the one that here it's going to close. Good bull, it's closing, though. Has some rib and some volume. I think there's some longevity about that bull. Needs to be a little nicer balanced. Change him in terms of his structure ever so slightly.
Second call, Class 28 and 29 Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 28 and 29 Hereford Bulls. Your Class 23 Hereford Bull results: in first place, entry number 288, MCF Fact Checker 8K, owned by Charles Miller of Hopkins, Michigan. In second place, entry number 287, TVF ST Tucker 11K, owned by Sophia Taylor of Parkton, Maryland. Your Class 24 results. In first place, entry number 289, Ramsey Jackpot, owned by Day Ridge Farm of Telford, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 290, CIB 33D Elevate 2052, owned by Courtney M. Udy of Harrisburg, North Carolina. Third and final call, all belted Galloway bulls to the makeup arena. Third and final call, all belted Galloway bulls to the makeup arena.
Fantastic first division here in our Hereford Bull Show, and wow, I mean, just extreme quality out here as far as these bulls are representing. I'm sure different genetics and different, sires and shapes and kinds out here, but they are extremely good. And horn versus pulled is a lot of fun to get to see them out here together. And so, there's differences. There's some differences in just in maturity and where they're at, and there should be with a several age month spread. But I think they're all extremely good. I think there's a couple bulls out here that to me just fit the bill a little nicer in terms of structure, a little nicer in terms of look and balance from the side. Helping congratulate the two exhibitors out of the final class as they'll be champion and reserve in this division.
Third and final call, Class 28 and 29 Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, Class 28 and 29 Hereford Bulls.
In your belted Galloway side, folks, we're going to start the bull show, and honestly, this might be the youngest calf I've ever had the pleasure to evaluate. Here's an August bull calf, 3 months old, sound and nice structure. It has a nice look to him, quality and balance. You like the soundness, you like the movement. Young lady's doing a nice job with a really young one.
And your class winner of Class 29 of your Belted Galloway Bull Show goes to entry number 35, Riversmith Surfer Dude, owned by Josh Smith.
Single entry in your Belted Galloway show. Here's a May bull calf out here, folks. Sound and good structure. Good on his feet and legs. He's loose in his top. He's loose designed in that hip and hind leg. You know, the angles are really correct in his shoulder and front 1/3. He shows some masculinity, but at the same time, he's true in his lines, nice in his top. Young man's doing a nice job. Nice single entry out here.
Your Class 36 winner of your Belted Galloway Bull Show goes to entry number 36, AJC Pink Whitney, exhibited by Ashton Karen.
On your Belted Galloway side, another nice single entry. Here's a February bull calf, folks. When you watch him move around the ring, sound and functional. He's got some shape atop and some shape of hip. You get behind him, he shows some width of base and some design to his feet and some substance to his bone on the move. You know, ideally, you can maybe just soften him up just a little bit for his size, but in terms of quality and balance, you like the design, you like the top, you like the hip. Young lady's doing a nice job with him.
As we get into our February class here of bull calves, and very nice place to start. A bull I think logically fits here in this place. A bull that's very high quality in terms of his look and balance here. One's really good down his top and out of his hip. He's got the class advantage in terms of structural soundness. Very good in terms of his rib cage. He gives you a nice look. Reads extremely well on paper too. Just so a very, very good place to start. High quality bull, both visually and on paper. Congratulations. Next bull coming. Interesting animal here. This is a big, stout, heavy WDA bull here that's really, really shapely and powerful. Now, he's kind of blank on his numbers here on paper, so I'd encourage you to get that accomplished. But I think when you just study the cattle out here, he's the next one you gravitate towards from just a mass and power and stoutness standpoint. He needs to be redesigned in terms of his structure out of his front end, just change him the way you get out and go, just loosen him up there and just balance him up a little nicer from the side. But that's a power bull there with lots of muscle and shape and dimension. Nice bull coming next, one that's really, really strong down his top and level out of his hip. He's a bull that we could just stouten up at the ground in terms of his bone and his foot size. Soften him up there in his middle part of his body as well, but a nice bull there in his own right. Good calf coming next here, a long-bodied kind of a bull that's neat in terms of his structure. Just needs to be more of him as far as just overall shape and dimension compared to the ones up front. And a good calf to close here too, one that's a bull that gives you a nice look down his top and out of his hip. Change him in terms of his hind leg, just soften him up there in terms of his body.
Galloway side in your first division of your bull show, folks. Just really a nice trio of sound, functional cattle. Cattle with a nice look, cattle with a nice balance and eye appeal to them. They got some power, they got some hip shape, they got some top shape. Nice individual group out here, folks. Let's give the exhibitors a nice round of applause. We'll pick your champion out of this division.
And your champion junior bull calf of your belted Galloway show goes to entry number 36, AJC Pink Whitney, exhibited by Ashton Karen. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 37, Wagner Belties King of Hearts, exhibited by Audrey Wagner. Third and final call, Class 28 and 29, Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, Class 28 and 29, Hereford Bulls. This is your first call, Class 30, 31, and 32, Hereford Bulls. First call, Class 30, 31, and 32, Hereford Bulls. Your champion springborn Hereford Bull Calf goes to entry number 292, M&M 611 Kingsman 207, owned by M&M Cattle Company of West Burlington, New York. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 294, GKB 8688 Bel Air K102, owned by Gary and Kathy Buckholes of Desmondala, Texas.
Three high-quality January bulls here in this drive. A really nice one to win this class. A bull with extra look and length and extension, and really, really neat up through his front end, and how his shoulder hooks into his body, and he can pick his head and neck up very high here. And a good-looking calf here that I think is very nice in terms of his structure. Just a really good place to start here in this particular class. Probably the stouter bull here is in second in this particular class when you just study him from just a raw muscle and shape standpoint. He's stout. You get on top of him, really thick ended, and a bull that's really opened up in terms of his body cavity, big bone and stout structured kind of a bull here. It's a little coarser though in terms of his build as compared to our class winner. Maybe not just as neat in his chest and his hock placement as some, but a good animal there in terms of just muscle and shape and dimension. Nice bull to close here, a long-bodied bull that I think is nice in terms of his structure. It's a little plainer in terms of his design, maybe doesn't balance up quite as well from the side.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, nice pair of bulls out here, design nice, sound and functional. Bull we're going to start with, folks, just the pound's heaviest bull. I think he's a little sounder on his feet and legs. He moves around the ring a little more fluidity and looseness in his structure. He's nice in his shoulder. He's nice in that top and that hip. Just outperforms the bull that's in second. It's a little deeper sided, a little deeper flanked, a little thicker made when you get behind him. Just a nice individual to start off the class. Really a high quality bull that's standing in second. Fresh in its design, has some width the base and some shape when you get behind him. He gets a little tense in that top. You'd like to change the structure in him quite a bit, maybe soften him up. Nice pair of bulls in your belted Galloway show.
Your Class 36 results and also your champion senior bull calf of your belted Galloway show goes to entry number 39, Harmony Meadows Nor'easter, owned by Matthew Sewell. Your reserve champion and second place in class goes to entry number 38, Oatley's Farm Hypnotic, owned by Ethan Oatley. First call, all champion and reserve champion belted Galloway bulls. First call, all champion and reserve champion belted Galloway bulls. First call, all purebred and finished steers to the makeup arena. First call, all purebred and finished steers to the makeup arena.
Excellent division here of Hereford bull calves in our January-February division, and 4 outstanding individuals out here, and yet I think our class winners still sort themselves of being just having some extras. They're cattle, I think, that give you a great look out here from the side. They're still functional and good in terms of their structure. I think within the pair, there's one that's got a little more added look, a little more flexible in terms of just his front-end structure. We're going to use the bull out of Class 2 here to win, and the bull up front for reserve. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, just a single entry out here. Here's a bull that on the stand's got some power, has some shape in him. He's got some top shape and some width and dimension when you get behind him. From the ground up, you like his substance, you like his foot size, you like his bone. He's extended from the point of that shoulder forward as well. He's long designed in that top from the point of his shoulder back. I think ideally you can maybe just stouten him up just a little bit in that rear wheels and that hip, just a touch. Add a little more power, a little more width as you view him from the side. But here's a bull that's long-bodied, extended in that front 1/3, has some power and some grow. Just change a few things. Young lady's doing a nice job with him.
Second call, Class 30, 31, and 32, Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 30, 31, and 32, Hereford Bulls. Your Class 26 of your Hereford Bull results: in first place, entry number 304, DJF 9156 Influence 2K, owned by Kaya Howe of Wagontown, Pennsylvania. In second place, entry number 300, PRCC 561C First National 202K, owned by Prairie Rose Cattle Company of Sherman, Illinois. In third place, entry number 303, owned by River Circle Farm. In fourth place, entry number 299, Grand Meadows Farm. And in fifth place, entry number 302, owned by Taylor Loudman.
Belted Galloway side, folks. Here's a 2-year-old bull out here on the stand. You really like the design of the bull. He has some quality and balance about his top. He shows me some masculinity from them ears back. You like the angulation in his shoulder and his hip and his hind leg. You know, he has some shape, has some width of base and dimension. You like his testicular development. There's a bull for his size. You can maybe just soften him up just a little bit. Getting pretty critical on a bull that's long designed as he is, and shows some dimension in his feet, some dimension in his bone. Nice individual the young man has.
Your champion junior bull calf of your Hereford Bull Show goes to entry number 309, Green 132E Benz 119K, owned by Stephen W. Green of Munfordville, Kentucky. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 304, DJF 9156 Influence 2K, owned by Kaya Howe of Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Third and final call, Class 30, 31, and 32, Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, Class 30, 31, and 32, Hereford Bulls.
Good class here of December, November bull calves, and you know, a lot of fun here to evaluate these 4 in this class because there is some size difference and some shape difference out here. But I think the bull that wins for me does so in some fashion out here. He's the one with look and balance and quality down his top and out of his hip. It's a heavy bone, big-footed bull that's sure rugged in terms of his kind. I think he set him in motion, too. He's super athletic when you ask him to get out and go. You know, he's not as wild as some we've seen right there in his throat latch, but I think his necktie is high. I think everything's square and true. Very, very high-quality bull here to win this class. Good bull in second. Sound and athletic when you ask him to get out and go. As compared to the one right up front. Not as neat in terms of his hip placement, where his pin bones are at. Maybe wants to run downhill a shot. Not as stout in terms of his bone work all the way to the ground. Good animal there in second as well. Nice bull here coming in third, too. A lot of shape and dimension when you get right on top of that one. A bull that's heavy-boned and big-footed. Not the softness through the center part of his body. Not near as true in terms of his structure as the cattle right in front of him, but a very nice bull there in his own right. Big, stout, high-performing bull here that's going to close the class. Need to redesign him in terms of his structure ever so slightly. Make him a little neater up through his front end. But a lot of power, a lot of mass and shape in that particular bull.
Third and final call, belted Galloway Class 126 Club Calf Steers and finished steers to the Makeup Arena. Once again, all purebred steers in the belted Galloway show, Club Calf Steers and finished steers to the Makeup Arena. First call, all mismarked heifers, percentage steers, and percentage heifers to the Makeup Arena. Once again, all percentage steers, mismarked heifers,
In your belted Galloway side, folks, a really nice group of division winners out here in reserves. Here's a lineup, folks. Boy, we haven't had a lot of numbers, but I think when you look at quality of these cattle on the stand, you definitely see some quality about their fronts and their heads and necks and their tops and their hips. I think they're relatively smooth in their makeup. They got some body, they got some shape, they got some muscle. I think when you watch these cattle move, you have some angulation off both ends and some looseness of structure and some looseness of stride. Really nice set of cattle, folks. If you would, let's give the exhibitors a nice round of applause in your champion bull lineup, and we'll pick your champion and reserve bulls.
And your grand champion belted Galloway bull goes to entry number 36, AJC Pink Whitney, exhibited by Ashton Karen.
Good pair of October bulls here on the Hereford side, and both high quality animals. And I think the one that wins for me, just a little nicer in terms of his structure, a little nicer here in his look from the side. Bull, it's really extended up through his front end. I think he balances up well down his top and out of his hip. He's got some body shape to him. He's a little higher there in his birth weight EPD, but I think the bull reads with a lot of quality in this particular class to go ahead and use him to win. Bull here in second, extra powerful, a lot of muscle, a lot of shape and dimension when you get it right on him. He's a little coarser there in his shoulder, maybe up through his front end. The redesign, the way he gets out and goes off his hind leg, but really a powerful, muscular bull here to come in second.
Your reserve grand champion belted Galloway bull goes to entry number 39, Harmony Meadows Nor'easter, owned by Matthew Sewell. All belted Galloway exhibitors, if you have groups that belong in the Get of Sire, Produce of Dam, or Breeders Herd, please make your way into the show arena. All remaining belted Galloway classes to the makeup arena. All remaining belted Galloway classes to the makeup arena. This includes club calf steers, finished steers, mismarked heifers, percentage steers, and percentage heifers to the makeup arena.
Good class of September bull calves over here, and a lot of quality in all three of these bulls, and they bring a lot of different positives to the table. And so, depending on where your priorities may be in your cow herd, I think all three of these bulls could do a lot of things extremely well. The high growth bull up here up front is one that is just super attractive. He's a long-bodied bull that's very neat in terms of his shoulder placement and how his head and neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. I think from there back, he balances up extremely well down his top and out of his hip. This bull to me has the advantage of just being a little looser constructed, the way he can get out and go and cover some ground. is he as opened up and big-barreled and massive as the one right behind him? Probably not, but I think that's a leaner bull that's higher necked. I think he's fresher in his condition and gets out and goes and covers some ground. Good bull here in second. Really, really powerful when you get on top of him. He is massive. He is stout. Big rib kind of a bull, and he can do a lot of things for a cow herd out here and do it very, very well. For me out here, he gets a little coarser in terms of his shoulder. Maybe wants to swim and paddle out of his front end ever so slightly. It's not quite as athletic as the one that wins the class, but that's a massive kind of a bull to go ahead in second. Nice bull in third as well. Long-bodied bull that's really neat up front. I think he's neat out of his hip, not the rib and volume and capacity of the two that go ahead and win the class.
First call, class 33, 34, and 35 Hereford Bulls. First call, class 33, 34, and 35 Hereford Bulls. Once again, all remaining belted Galloway classes to the makeup arena. All remaining belted Galloway classes to the makeup arena. This includes club calf steers, percentage steers, mismarked heifers, and percentage heifers. Your Class 28 Hereford Bull results. In first place, entry number 315, CFCC OG Victor 120J, owned by Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 317, Purple HB Zielinski 140J, owned by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Toulon, Illinois. In third place, entry number 314, owned by Harrison Roberts. And in fourth place, entry number 316, River Circle Farm. Your Class 29 results. In first place, entry number 320, DCF 814F Promote 127J, owned by Crown Herefords of Paris, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 318, GP Vanquish 1203, owned by Abigail Billing of Greendale, New Jersey.
What a neat division here in our senior bull calf division. Just incredible quality out here. These three class winners and seconds, and obviously like the heifer show, some of it is, they're not all built the same. They don't all look exactly alike, but just tremendous amount of quality. So, if you're sitting up in the stands or back here in the ring, definitely check them out, because there's a lot of things you can do with several of these bulls out here, and depending on where you're wanting to put your priorities or your program. To kind of break them down a little bit, the bull that wins the first class, he's an intriguing creature to me. To be that opened up and that massive and stout in terms of his build, that bull is still extremely good in terms of his structure, and so that's a hard thing to do. That's a big barreled bull that is still neat in terms of his shoulder and where his knee placement's at. Love his hip and his hind leg, how flexible he is there and all the way to the ground. As he is high-necked or is extreme there in terms of his look up front, maybe not. But that's a very massive kind of a bull that's awesome structured. I still think give you a great look here from the side. Bull that wins the middle class, nice bull. Very, very functional in terms of his type and kind. He's long-bodied. He's extended up front. Gives you a nice look, compared to the bulls on either side of him. As he balance up, maybe is nice off his hip and hind leg. Maybe not as stout in terms of his bone work, but a very high-quality individual there as well. The bull that wins the final class, he's the high growth bull out here and a high growth bull on paper as well. And so you study him. That's a long bodied bull that is very neat and attractive the way his head and neck comes up out of his shoulder. A bull that I think is extremely good in terms of his structural soundness. He gets out and goes and can cover some ground. Comparing him to the one up front, he's not as big bodied. He's not as big in terms of his forerib, and maybe from chest all the way back to rear rib and flank, he could balance just a little neater. So I think there's a few things you can do out here, and maybe my champion and reserve are, not going to pair up 100%, but as far as quality goes, I think they're both extremely good. So let's put our hands together here in this division. I'll show you the two I like the best.
Your champion senior bull calf in your Hereford Bull Show goes to entry number 315. CFCC OG Victor 120J, owned by Peyton Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 324. SSF KKH 15U Standard 132, owned by Todd, Kim, and Casey Herman of Lima, Ohio. BJ Herman and Sons of Edgerton, Ohio, and Stumpf Land and Cattle of Columbia, Illinois. Second call, class 33, 34, and 35 Hereford Bulls. Second call, class 33, 34, and 35 Hereford Bulls.
This young lady's brought us a very good June yearling bull here, and one I think has got tons of quality when you study him just from a rib and volume standpoint. A bull that's very opened up and bold sprung, a lot of mass and dimension to him. I think he gets out and goes and covers his ground really well. Nice high quality bull to win this class. Congratulations.
Third and final call, class 33, 34, and 35 Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, class 33, 34, and 35 Hereford Bulls. Your class 31 winner went to entry number 327, JCB 413 Scotty Bloomquist 95Y, owned by JC Cattle Company of Norman, Indiana. Now entering the Hereford ring will be class number 32 of your early summer yearling bulls.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, here's a class of prospect steers out here, and we're just going to keep them just the way they came in the ring. Steer we're going to start with is just a little sounder made. He's a little looser structured. I think when you start analyzing his movement and the way he stands, I think the angulations are a little more correct, and he's a little more correct on his feet and legs. He has some shape of top, some shape of hip as well. He's designed really nice as well. The young lady's doing a nice job, but a steer that's just a little sounder in his movement than the steer in second. On the stand, the steer in second, you like the trueness of lines and the sharpness of top and hip and hind leg. Where you'd like to change him is simply structure. I think he gets a little straighter off both ends. You'd like to change the angulation just a little bit, loosen him up, clean his joints up, but really a nice pair of prospect steers did in your belted Galloway show.
High quality set of these May yearling bulls, and very, very good top pair of these. I think with that, though, the bull that wins, enough more length and extension and look here from the side. Very neat the way this bull is laid into his shoulder and neck, and the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. I think from there back, very expressive in terms of his muscle shape down his top and out of his hip. You know, a bull that's sound in terms of his structure. He's probably not as massive bodied as the one that's in second, but I think there's plenty of rib cage, plenty of rib shape in that one. Very, very good place to start. Good bull in second, too. He is sound in terms of his structure as well. Bull, I think, balances up really well down his top and out of his hip, and the way he uses his hind leg. You know, he's not as extended up front, maybe not quite as neat there at the base of his chest as compared to our class winner, but still a very, very high-quality bull here to come in second. Not to take anything away from the one in third, because that bull is very good in terms of muscle, shape, and dimension. He's got some rib cage and volume to him as well. Need to loosen him up when you get him out on the go ever so slightly and make him just a shot more attractive here from the side. But very, very good class of May bulls. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 126 of your Club Cap steers in your belted Galloway show. In first place, entry number 45, Sunnybrook Maestro, owned by Tommy McGuire. In second place, entry number 46, Sunnybrook Ike, owned by Kaylee Alkelman. Now exhibiting in the belted Galloway show is Class 56 of your finished steers. Results from Class 32 of your Hereford Bull Show. In first place, entry number 329, MCS Hot Topic 121, owned by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 331, MTM 2296, Archimedes 123, owned by Amberlyn and Graylin Christianberry of Star, South Carolina, and Matthew Murphy of Calhoun, Georgia.
Good division here, these summer yearling bulls, and not to take anything away from the class winner up front, he definitely needs recognized out here. That's a very good bull, just a single entry, but big-bodied, high-volume bull. I think that's got a lot of shape and mass and dimension to him. You know, he probably out here can balance up a little nicer as the two right behind him, but a very, very good individual on his own. I think the two bulls out of the second class are both extremely high quality, different as far as their type and kind go, but let's congratulate them in this particular division on being champion in reserve.
Your champion intermediate yearling Hereford bull goes to entry number 329, MCS Hot Topic 121, owned by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. Your reserve champion intermediate yearling Hereford bull goes to entry number 331, MTM 2296, Archimedes 123, owned by Amberlyn and Graylin Christianbury of Star, South Carolina, and Matthew Murphy of Calhoun, Georgia.
Galloway side, folks, just really a nice trio of market steers out here, folks. Design is really nice throughout the class. Makeup and design and quality and balance. Steer we're going to start with, folks, is just simply the stouter made, the bigger top, the bigger hip steer. I think when you get behind him, he shows me a little more width and base and dimension, has a little more power when you get behind him as well. I think he's a little more correct design from the point of his shoulder back. He's a little nicer from his hooks to his pins down. He has a little more shape of quarter when you get behind him as well compared to the rest. Just a steer that's designed really nice to start with. I think the closest one to him in terms of hip shape and top shape is the steer standing in second. Here's a steer from the ground up. You like his foot size, you like his bone and substance and power in this steer. Definitely, ideally, you could maybe change them pins and jack them up just a touch and loosen up his hip on the move. But at the same time on the stand, you like the power, you like the overall makeup, a shape, a top that he has. The steer in third, folks, here's a steer that's designed really nice. The power in his top and the width and dimension of base you like, or you'd like to change him. He gets a little off in his hip. He's a little designed. You'd like to loosen him up in that top line. You like to loosen him up in that hip and hind leg, stouten up them rear wheels just a touch. Nice trio of steers on your belted Galloway side.
Results of Class 56 of your belted Galloway show. Of your finished steer portion of the show, in first place, entry number 43, Oatley's Farm Earl, owned by Olivia Oatley. In second place, entry number 48, Sunnybrook Cody, owned by Charlotte Allball. And in third place, entry number 44, Finke Farms Massey, owned by Marshall Finke.
Fun class of these big Hereford bulls out here and a set of marches, and they're good. They're so good, and definitely want to commend these exhibitors out here for bringing these high quality ones to the show, because these two up here in first and second, they're different, but they're both high quality big bulls. And the dark red bull that's going to win, that is just a functional good animal. He is so good in terms of his forerib, his body shape, and his balance all the way through from chest back through his rear rib and flank. Yet he's still super athletic. And I think what's the deceiving part about him is he looks smooth and everything here from the side, but you get on top of that one, and that bull is really stout and square out of the backside of his shoulder and maintains a lot of pin width and stoutness. It's just a pretty good animal there to win that particular class. I like this bull in second. That's a long-bodied, really, really neat, attractive one here from the side. He gives you a great look here, the way he is out of his hip and off his hind leg. Bull's lean, he's fresh, gives you a good look. compared to our class winner. Not as good in terms of his chest and his balance all the way back through. I think for me, he wants to rock and open up air in his shoulder and push his knee a little far forward as compared to that one. Not saying he's unsound by any stretch of the imagination. That's a good animal just compared to our extremely good class winner in this particular class. Young man, you got a very good bull in this class, one that's got extra shape, extra muscle and power. Kind of run into a buzzsaw here with two high-quality ones. Need to loosen him up a little bit, just make him a little stouter in terms of his feature, but a very, very high-quality one here to close the class.
Side, truly a nice set of class winners and seconds out here, folks. I think when you look at these cattle as a group, sound and functional, they have some body, they have some mass, they have some shape. You like the quality about these animals and their tops and their hips and their hind leg as well. Sound and functional, good on their feet and legs. Folks, if you would, let's give the exhibitors a nice round of applause. We'll pick your champion and reserve out your belted Galloway side.
Results of Class 33 of your Hereford Bull Show. In first place, entry number 335, EKS DWK B26 Final Chapter J10, owned by Gary and Kathy Buckholtz of Desdemona, Texas, and Dylan Wayne Kottkamp of Clayton, Indiana. In second place, entry number 336, KLD Triumph 4J, owned by Kyle Lemon of Manchester, Maryland. In third place, entry number 334, owned by Harrison Roberts. Now entering the ring is Class 34 of your Hereford Bull Show. This is your first call all champion and reserve champion Hereford Bulls. Once again, first call all champion and reserve champion Hereford Bulls to the makeup arena. And your grand champion, purebred belted Galloway steer, goes to entry number 43. Oatley's Farm Earl, owned by Olivia Oatley. Your reserve grand champion, purebred steer, goes to entry number 48. Sunnybrook Cody, owned by Charlotte Albaugh.
Good pair of February bulls, really high quality class winner here in terms of just structure and balance and build. Bull can get out and cover some ground, and I think the most impressive thing about him, he reads, high growth on paper, and he shows you out here that he still has performance and power, but yet gives you a really, really good silhouette out here. He's great behind his shoulder, all the way out through his hip, and uses his hind leg extremely well. Balances up from chest to flank. Really, really high quality bull to win this class. Good one coming in second. Stout featured, heavy boned, big footed, rugged bull here. Not as smooth, not as correct in terms of his structure as the one that wins, but young lady's got a nice bull here to kick out later in life. Very high quality individual.
Your Class 34 results of your Hereford Bull Show. In first place, entry number 338, SFF KKH 25E Pilgrim 107, owned by B.J. Herman and Sons of Edgerton, Ohio. Flatter Hereford Farms of Fairborn, Ohio, and Todd, Kim, and Casey Herman of Lima, Ohio. In second place, entry number 340, Grand Blue Crush 6153, owned by Grand Meadows Farm of Ada, Michigan. Now entering the ring is Class 35 of your Hereford Bull Show. This is your second call all champion and reserve champion Hereford Bulls. Second call all champion and reserve champion Hereford Bulls to the makeup arena.
Just a single heifer out here, folks, in your Miss Mark class. Here's a heifer that's designed really nice and beautiful on her feet and legs, and her top and hip is really smooth and square. It's a heifer that's designed really nice out her shoulder. She's a little more up-headed. She ties into that shoulder really nice, out that neck. Definitely a heifer that's true in her lines, has worlds of femininity. Just really a nice individual out here. Congratulations to the young lady.
Your grand champion purebred Miss Marked heifer goes to entry number 4, AJC Edge of Glory, owned by Abigail Karen.
Single January bull out here, but one certainly a very high quality individual. Just a great big bone, big footed bull out here that's super rugged in terms of his type and kind, yet still can give you a good look here off of the side. Be fun to get him back out here in division and compare him to some others here in just a minute. Congratulations.
Your Class 35 winner of your Hereford Bull Show goes to entry number 342, Problem Child, owned by Nearman Cattle Company, LLC of Brownstown, Indiana.
Single entry in your belted Galloway show, folks, in your finished steer competition. Here's a steer that's designed really nice, sound and nice structured on his feet and legs. Has some length of body and some length of top. The angulations in his shoulder is really nice. He's fresh on the handle. He has some width and dimension and muscle as well when you get behind him. Sound and nice structured. Young lady's done a nice job. Just really a nice single entry.
And your grand champion percentage steer of your belted Galloway show goes to entry number 49, Triple T Tanner, owned by Tommy McGuire.
Well, this is a great deal of fun out here. For me, just an outstanding set of these big yearling bulls. And wow, I mean, they are powerful and they are stout and they are very, very, very good. And so there is some differences between all three of these class winners and our seconds over there. And I'm going to break them down here a little bit for you because I think they, in my mind, deserve the merit to get to stand out here. It's so hard to keep a big bull looking this good and this fresh, and all 3, 4, 5 of these are extremely, extremely good. Bull that wins the first class, that was a really good pair of them bulls, but this bull's, he's a neat animal, and I just like the balance and the quality that this dude has, and just, talked about him just down his top and out of his hip and just how smooth and correct he is there. I think his shoulder lays in his body really, really neat. What's impressive about him is he's still got plenty to him when you get right on him. That's a good bull there in terms of balance and structure and soundness. In this drive, he's the one that's the best in terms of his forerib. He's the best in terms of just the sweep and shape to his body back through his rear rib and flank. Is he the wildest nectar, the most out there in terms of his bone work? Probably not, but I think everything hooks up and matches very, very well on that bull. Bull in second, athletic. That dude can get out and cover some ground. Love the way that he gets around and uses his hip and hind legs. So functional and so flexible in terms of his type and kind. He's a long-bodied bull that's got extension up through his front end as well. He, like the one in front of him, is very neat in terms of his shoulder and how he uses his knee and gets out and goes. I think he stays very collected. Bull that balances up extremely well. Is there as much of him as the one right in front of him or the one right behind him? Probably not, but I think that bull, right in terms of his condition, still has power, still has shape. Very, very good animal there. Interesting one wins the third class. I mean, this is probably as stout and massive and just manly looking one as you can ever, imagine from a bone and substance and foot standpoint. I mean, this dude is stout. I mean, you get on top of him, there is worlds of shape and muscle and just power to that one. Now, with that comes with some extra shoulder, comes with some extra just pushing up front in terms of his knee. Like to fix him right there in those areas and tone him down and set his knee back into his body ever so slightly. I think with that, just give him a little more forerib. You want to study him from behind every once in a while too. Maybe gets out on his hock. You could just bring everything inside of him ever so slightly. But man, from a look, a muscle, a shape standpoint, bull does a lot of things extremely well. So it's extremely, extremely close out here. You could do so many things. For me, there's a pair of bulls that just fit so well together from structure, balance, body, and rib shape standpoint. Help me congratulate the bull out of Class 1 champion, the bull out of Class 2 reserve. Congratulations, these exhibitors.
On your belted Galloway side, folks, just a pair of percentage heifers out here, and this will be your grand and reserve in this division, but a pair of heifers that are just sound and nice structured and good in their makeup. The January baby that's in front, definitely a heifer that has some size and power and structure. She's loose in her makeup. I think ideally, if you were to tweak on her a little bit, I think you can smooth her up in that top and that hip and that hind leg, but at the same time, she's sound and good structured on her feet and legs. She has some length of body and some length and extension out that front one. Third, the senior yearling that's behind her, the older heifer, definitely a heifer you'd just like to see a little further along in calf and just producing a little bit of udder, but at the same time, sound and good structured on her feet and legs. Here's a heifer that has some shape and has some top and has some balance. Nice set of heifers, folks. Let's give these two individuals a nice round of applause, and I'll pick your champion and reserve in this division.
And your grand champion percentage heifer in your belted Galloway show goes to entry number 7, Rock Creek Dottie, owned by Tommy McGuire. Your reserve grand champion percentage heifer goes to entry number 29, Riversmith Bell, owned by Josh Smith. Your champion yearling bull in your Hereford Bull Show goes to entry number 335, EKS DWK B26 Final Chapter J10, owned by Gary and Kathy Buckholtz of Desdemona, Texas, and Dylan Wayne Kottkamp of Clayton, Indiana. Your reserve champion yearling bull goes to entry number 338, KKH 25E Pilgrim 107, owned by BJ Herman and Sons of Edgerton, Ohio. Flatter Hereford Farms of Fairborn, Ohio, and Todd, Kim, and Casey Herman of Lima, Ohio. Now entering the ring is a selection of your grand champion Hereford Bull. Contestants for the grand champion Hereford Bull title include entry number 292, M&M Cattle Company of West Burlington, New York. Entry number 309, Stephen W. Green of Munfordville, Kentucky. Entry number 315, Peyton Farmer of Brownstone, Indiana. Entry number 329, Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. Entry number 335, Gary and Kathy Buckholtz of Desdemona, Texas. And congratulations to your premier breeder and premier exhibitor in your Belted Galloway show, to Ashton Carone.
Well, I'll probably sound like a broken record here. I probably have all day, but kind of reiterate my words from the heifer show. This is so awesome. This has just been an experience of a lifetime out here to get to be able to sort through your Hereford cattle down here on the green shavings, and just a tremendous set of bulls. I mean, all the way through, you could not go wrong out here. And there's so many good ones, and even some that went back to the barn that can improve your cow herds, or, you know, depending on the way you like them or how they read on paper. There's so many different things you could do. But I want to say thank you to Jack and Shane and Bailey and Amy and the whole American Hereford Association board for asking me to come do this. I mean, this is just a tremendous honor for me, and it means the world to me to be able to come down here and do this for you. And so, again, thank you, Louisville, for allowing me to, and just what a humbling opportunity, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Showing bulls is fun, and when we joke about it all the time about trying to keep a big bull around and keep him moving and keep him going, and whether you turn him out and breed cows with him or you keep him in the barn and get him ready. And so it's a challenge to do that, and so these calves, you know, obviously they are extremely high quality, and you can see just just how good they are from the outside. But these big bulls down here are the ones that are in contention in my mind, and there's several of them that are extremely good. And so thank you so much again for having me. Thanks to my family for allowing me to be able to come out here and do this today. So one more time, one big round of applause here. Let's show our Hereford exhibitors a round of applause. Congratulations to all of them.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's give our judge one more round of applause, Mr. Tyler Warengardner from Hereford, Ohio, as he goes out and selects your grand champion Hereford Bull. And your grand champion Hereford Bull goes to entry number 335, EKS DWK B26 Final Chapter J10, owned by Gary and Kathy Buckholtz of Desdemona, Texas. And your reserve grand champion Hereford Bull goes to entry number 338, SSF KKH 25E Pilgrim 107, owned by B.J. Herman and Sons of Edgerton, Ohio, Flatter Hereford Farms, and Todd Kim Herman of Lima, Ohio. Congratulations, all Hereford exhibitors. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your attendance here at the 2022 North American International Livestock Exposition. We will see you all tomorrow here in Freedom Hall at 8 a.m. And congratulations to your premier breeder as well as premier exhibitor goes to Purple Rain Cattle Company of Toulon, Illinois. Once again, congratulations, Hereford exhibitors.